Is it clicking? It's been slow to react lately. So transition, please. There we go. There we are. And fix the camera. Look at that.
Just floppy cannibalism everyone's.
There we go. Okay. So what's up, sir?
I'm chilling. You know, while I was waiting for this all to get set up, was looking up how I'm gonna build my fighters for the army.
Yep. I remember the conversation. I remember you're successfully rolling and all that jazz. Yeah, it's sell only because we already skipped one of Jake's turns. So if we finish, let's be honest, if we sell it, I could actually finish in a full stream. But if we finish the stream, what we're gonna do? Start Nick's next turn. So Jake's like has to get double hit when Nick already has to have a whole party conversation to even make a decision. You know what I mean? I think Sellers also has like a decision he needs to make. He's waiting for the whole party for it.
Well, and theoretically, I want to get the whole party to speak together, and then us to speak to the red mongrel. So I think, doing that, being more consistent when it's happening is probably a little better. Because it's not happening on my turn. It's happening on one of their 2 turns this month. Probably we're meeting during Nick's, and then Jake's is when we're meeting the red mongrel. But
so realistically, we're doing the rest of cells. Then we got to do the one of Jake's we just skipped. Then
Nick's.
Then back to Jake again. So
yeah,
but at least we could be caught up at that point. So we get to have like 3 of things without it being Cell's turn, which is kind of nice.
Hey, true.
So, yeah.
Maybe I'll take some time off.
Yeah.
Maybe we get to see Tessa.
No, we need you here for chats.
True. I had to put the polls up.
At least next week. After that, maybe not. But...
No,
all right. Cool. So, and then did you hear the dilemma when it comes to the special event we were supposed to have happen in Jake's turn?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah, Viking's like, all right, cool. So we're doing it this week, right? Because if not, my schedule just changed. I can't be there starting next week. And Joey's, and I'm like, Jake, and he's like, I really wanted to be there for some RP stuff, but that's fine. I'll just tell them that they can do it without me. And so he said it, and I reiterated it or whatever. And then Joey's like, yeah, but remember how I can't make it this week? It's like, God damn it.
If it makes you feel any better, as punishment, I killed the Vikings character on my Friday session. So
that's not very nice. I mean, it doesn't make me feel better at all. I mean, he probably put hours into creating and playing that character and had some
No, it's a 5e character, so.
Oh, he probably put 20 minutes into creating the character and doesn't really pay attention while playing anyways. So, at least as most 5e players I've met, they don't really pay attention while playing.
I think
they're usually playing Pokemon. No, it's not just messy. It's like all the 5e players. So. All right. Cool. What was it? Yeah, your events.
Yeah.
All right. I'm totally not half asleep. We're sleep training Rory right now, chat. And so it's been a thing.
Yeah, you have to wake up earlier than you should.
God.
That's
earlier than God. Is it crazy that this is the last time we'll ever fall back though?
Is that a nationwide thing?
It's on your side.
It's on what?
Nationwide, it doesn't matter. But let's see. Ending of daylight savings. Daylight savings. So November, this is 22. Are they going to discontinue daylight savings time? On March 15th, 2022, just days after the clocks were sprung forward in the U.S., the Senate passed the Sunshine Protection Act of 21, which would abolish clock changes in favor of permanent daylight savings time. But that is going to go into effect. Not yet. It's like the spring of next year. It's like next March or whatever it is. That's where it locks in forever. So you don't know about this?
I probably heard about it, then I forgot because it didn't really matter.
Yeah. I mean, it does matter though.
It matters for like a couple weeks in the year, you know?
See, per Senate's bill, permanent daylight savings time would take effect November 5th, 2023. So, boom. Locks in place next November. Not this November. We're stuck forever. This is the last time we'll ever fall back. Get your extra sleep, boys. It's all over. You know what's going to end up happening? We're probably playing a session that night. So we're not going to get the extra sleep anyways, you know?
We do it all the time.
Yeah.
I swear, for like the last, how many years? 3
years or some shit. It's always
we always
a
have a
session
session on daylight savings. And then we always play an extra hour or an hour less.
It was just like, afterwards. So, no, we don't play an hour less. We just suffer extra. We just like
true.
The spring forward one. It's like
sometimes.
Yeah. You just like I fucking hate everything, and it happens to me one time where it was daylight savings spring forward. We played, went super late, and I had to work the next day, and I just wanted to murder everything. So, but all right.
Well,
so
don't murder me.
You say that, yeah. It's time for your events now. What events of yours have we done thus far?
None. Oh, well, I gotta talk to Talia, but let's save that for a little later.
Listen, the Italia thing's gonna work out great. Didn't it already happen? Didn't it already happen?
No, but I have to talk to her because she overspent. She caused me like 3 unrest.
Yeah, I don't know if you can talk to her yet. She's not here. She's busy.
Nope, she's definitely gonna have time. Tysla's just gonna be chilling in her office, and she'll come back.
She's gonna be busy.
But,
Busy.
There will be a talk.
Busy.
Yep.
Byzantine.
They're dead.
All right. Who's dead?
The Byzantines.
Oh wow. All right. Let's see. You are Shado, and we didn't do this one yet, did we? I don't think we did.
I don't know. What is it?
I'll start reading. Warlord, some of our citizens in Skull's lands have been out exploring and hunting in the hills to Skull's northeast. And have come across a strange new shrine atop the highest hill there. As proof of their discovery, they had brought back an ivory idol and one of many bronze spears they found, sticking steer point up out of the ground around it. Now a heavily armored Karak warrior, wielding a spear with points on both ends and bringing foreboding clouds with him, has arrived outside of the city, demanding return of the items and retribution for acts of desecration he views that have been committed by our people.
I feel like...
Oh, that's heavy. Shall I continue?
Yeah, I guess read the suggestions, but I don't think you're gonna like my answer.
All of our advisors are free right now, right?
Yep, everyone's free.
Cool. This is a 2-week event, so if there's a 1-week event, you could potentially reuse the other advisor. You ready?
Yep.
Your counselor, who is Mazada, right? Yes, Mazada, says we can acquiesce to his demands. Public trial to show how serious we take the charges and the laws, and just nice and simple. I mean, they went to someone's shrine and they took artifacts that they believed were completely free.
I don't know if you'll like our what we deem as punishment, though.
That's a different conversation, right?
Yeah.
You're a high priest, who is Rima, says, I'm busy! No, seriously, she could chime in, but remember, you want to have her be doing some research about
she is finding the demons. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna have her doing that now, but she can definitely be here talking if you want.
I'll listen to her suggestion. Yeah. I don't know why she wouldn't give it. You know, it's Rima. She doesn't really ask permission to talk.
If you select her, she has to oversee it, though. Remember? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
she says,
"I figured it's good. Listen, maybe get ideas."
And not a matter of asking Krishna to talk. It's a matter of asking whether or not
the time
she's here. You know what I mean? She might even be in the meeting. But all right, continuing. She says she looks up from the various tomes that she brought to the meeting with her because she's listening, but like actively doing other things. So it's like one of those half listens that your dad does while reading the newspaper because he doesn't know how to show love or affection. He just knows how to occasionally hand you the comics section of the newspaper.
All right. But I think you're speaking a little too boomer for me to understand.
Oh, damn it. All right.
I don't think I've ever had a newspaper delivered to my house.
That's
not true, but
okay. All right, cool.
We've had newspapers. We use them as packing material.
All right, so he continues, and so she says, yeah, we can send forth the champion to honorably duel the warrior. If it's some sort of Karak shrine, likely that would be a respectful response for whatever transgressions there are. And if the duelist wins, we call it a win. If the duelist loses, we adhere to whatever is normal tradition for them. We should, of course, find out what their traditions are before we fully agree to the terms. But otherwise, it just kind of like waves on like you get the point. And it kind of goes back down to reading. And then the next one to chime up will be not your spy master. She's not here.
Yeah, that's
okay, so we can actually have your marshal. We'll do this one. Who's your marshal? Sorry. Because your names are all funny. Oh,
my marshal
Tic-Tung. Yep. Warlord, we could just apprehend this warrior with our forces. Clearly he threatens our people, and we should not give him the time to make substance of those threats. Next up will be your general. And he says, no, not your general, sorry, your warden, who is Tark.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's here at the moment.
Okay, then we'll move on to your royal enforcer, who is Ulfar.
No, Tark says, sorry. The general.
We'll use your royal enforcer, it's fine. Rather than the using your forces, our forces, why don't we just use our guards? Perhaps it's a little bit more difficult, but we don't need to be mobilizing the army for something so small. Worst case scenario, we can always get Atelia involved, wherever she is, and we can use trickery to lay, a few seeds in the way of the claims that they make. So if things go awry, at least we can just discredit the whole scenario. And then lastly, your diplomat, Aaliyah, says we can negotiate with him.
I don't think she's here for this first week either. She's talking to the parent people, and Nitro's there too.
Then your treasurer, Lenny, goes, just talk to him.
Yeah. Because I think they're gone for like a week because they had to do negotiations or whatever. I mean, I do just want to talk to him, but I think we will do the consular's route. If these guys took stuff from a shrine, they weren't supposed to, right? You shouldn't just take stuff from shrines, so they should be punished accordingly for taking shit from someone's shrine. It's not a good thing to do.
That was actually the easiest of the options.
I mean, it's a very reasonable thing for the guy to ask, right? Like, hey, you took my stuff, give it back, and like have the people punished appropriately.
But it's not super easy because, as you said beforehand, what you deem as appropriate punishment is not. So it's nothing crazy.
Yeah.
The DC is going to be a hard, which is a 20. And you're using somebody whose base is a +6. This is a loyalty check,
So
which for you
+7.
grants a +1, so it's a 7. Is there anything you could do to modify this?
That's pretty rough, Scott. You know.
Well, yeah, because again, it's just because your laws are very laxative compared to what.
Yeah. And as a side note, I will try to arrange a meeting with this guy. But I want to know about his shrine too. But he'll probably be mad at me.
Well, if you think about a Viking, this is a person who literally has storm clouds following behind them or fog rolling in behind them. With
he's probably a. Can like Rima do maybe a religion check to suspect what god this is?
Rima's busy, bro.
Well, but she's in the meeting, so just a religion check, not like research. Just knows what.
So you say, Rima, do you have any idea who the god is? She just says, I have to see an idol or a symbol or have a bit of scripture or something. Without that, I haven't the slightest.
We didn't receive one of his idols.
You saw there was an ivory, but not here brought before you guys. It was told that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
yep.
Cool.
If you want to push it back by a little bit, if you want to like wait, you can try to acquire the item first and see if that helps.
Well, I suspect. I think Tessel, being a man of the gods, that this is probably. It would be weird if it's the air god because he's kind of lazy. Maybe Lothar, but I'm just gonna do it, and I'm gonna try to Tesla's gonna go meet him. He's gonna try to go to this guy's shrine and talk to him personally. But,
wait, so you want to go there rather than? And by the way, he's right outside your city. You want to go there versus sending one of your advisors there?
Yeah, I think I do. I feel like this is like something that interests Tessel.
So this would occupy you for 2 weeks. So so you would be occupied effectively during the person before you's turn. Who is the person before you?
It's Jake.
During Jake's last turn, you would have been occupied, which means you wouldn't have witnessed whatever the combat thing that's going to transpire. You wouldn't have been there for it, and so on and so forth.
That's fine.
Okay.
I don't really think Tessa really wanted to see two people fight it out and kill each other anyway.
Okay, cool. So if you're fine with it, I'm fine with it. Tesla actually has a base 9, and you have a loyalty, which gives you a 1. But more importantly, I was just about to tell you, Steve just gave you a Winnie's Whiz.
Winnie's Whiz. I don't know if I want to use it on this.
I mean, if you were doing it with the other person, I'd be like, yeah, I get why.
Yeah.
But now that you're going, and it's like a 45% chance without any modifiers. It's like, yeah, sure.
1d20 plus 10. It's 9 plus 1, right? Makes me actually all the months take up correct. 1. So do I actually hit a month milestone? I think I do actually because they all take up this month.
I think it's 36 it takes up. Yeah, it's every 12 months. Yeah. And your ranks didn't change, did they?
10 ranks? No, I have 10 ranks. I'm level 11.
Okay.
26. Sorry. I'm making sure I do this because I do forget sometimes.
And eventually you'll fix your loyalty proper.
Yeah, my loyalty's sitting pretty nice though, so I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, if you didn't have all that unrest, your loyalty would have given you 1 more. Oh shit, I wasn't showing it. I wasn't showing it. Now it's showing.
Well, I'm lucky. I have a 75% chance.
Yep. He has an 18 right now out of 20.
Okay.
And 21. He hits it. Woo!
Yeah, cool.
All right, you save the winnies. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, let me see the outcome here. And so for your outcome, sir, by going to this person and speaking it out with them and trying to find out, you said you wanted to find out what religion they are?
Yeah, I want to find out his god, and I will, he seems like religion. I'll ask him to, show me a prayer to his god.
Why don't you go ahead and roll me a religion check to see what you even know of them, and then I'm going to have you roll diplomacy, not right away, but based off of your result.
Yeah, and I will also I am trained in this, so if I roll above a 10, all right, it does matter. So I got a 17.
A whopping 17 for your knowledge religion?
Good. For me, that's not a class skill. It's not a class skill. Oh, actually, it's +1 because I would have the ion stone on. Sorry. I always forget to take that.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's an 18 total?
Yeah, because I have +1 aim.
Cool. So you have an 18 total for knowledge religion. So what you're able to discern about this person is that they're a war priest of sorts. War priest is a somebody that they have like the ability to fight in combat. They're actually very, very capable in combat, but they also, which is very rare in this region, have a degree of divine blessing to them, granting them a small amount of ability to actually utilize magics, which is pretty pertinent. Give me half a tick here to pull something up.
That class is War Priest is really good to class. I play one.
Pathfinder one?
Yeah, it's really strong.
Yeah, it's a cool class. I'm more of a paladin type, but if I had to be a cleric, I'd rather be a war priest, I think.
Well, the big thing
clerics are less nice for me.
With Fervor, you can swift action cast buffs on yourself while doing full attacks. It's so fucking good.
Yeah, you get way less spells, but yeah.
You're half caster. At low levels it really sucks, but once you get like level 6, you're like set.
So anyways, this particular priest, this particular war priest, they actually don't worship just one god as is normal for their Idiopan. They actually do obviously the god of air. You can see kind of what's there.
Yeah.
But specifically, they also have several other gods involved as well. So you also have the ice god there. What the hell's his name?
Drazam.
Drazam, thank you. As well as the lightning god, who is...
Oh, there was a lightning.
Where are you? Dragon. So as well as the lightning god, which is Dragon. But Dragon is the primary god for them, and of course Vroga as well, right? But for this particular person, Dragon Kitsune is actually the primary god of their, kind of like their focal point, if you will, of their worship. And as a reminder, Dragon is actually a true neutral god. So not somebody that's usually very overbearing, and their followers aren't usually people that are overbearing. But he is, of course, the god of like determination and fate and so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
So with that being said, by you saying that you will uphold your end of the bargain and allow these people's fates to be determined by your courts and what have you, that will in fact satisfy them. You want to go ahead and roll me a diplomacy check. You can find, you don't know their specific faith or anything special about it, so you have no bonuses. In fact, I'm going to impose a -2 penalty just because you can't speak directly to their faith.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me just check if there's anything else I can add to this. I got a lot of shit, I don't believe so, though. Cool. Then I will press the button.
Press the button.
It's a 27.
I assume you're happy with your 27?
I'm going to luck it.
Luck it.
31. All right, I'm happy. No one can complain. No one's here to stop me. The luck's mine.
Nice. So the spot
I want to make this guy happy. I have an idea for him.
I was gonna say, so the spot that this person actually is, which is a reminder, they were saying that the hills from over there from the northeast, right? So you're talking about it's gonna be these hills over here, like somewhere up in this region, right? So that above where you are, but outside of where the other clan is, north of it. So over in that region, you do have that's going to be kind of like where their home is, and they inform you that like this is my home. It is something a land that has been respected by all the clans that have come before, and many pay homage in their passage to and fro. There's the site there is actually in honor to the various gods, and it's actually a site where like specialized duels and whatnot would happen as well. So those specialized duels would be pertaining to like kind of like feats of strength, and again determination, so on and so forth. Going back to Kitsune, it's a location where people would go to, and they would actually make offerings and give prayer to try to find out what their own fate or life determination was supposed to be, to kind of like discover what their future was meant to be. And it's like something that kind of like is a ritual that in theory could presents this to you, which I imagine like pings like a little bit of interest of you because you're trying to discern a lot of details like that. Yeah. Anyways, So they inform you of that, and they ask that land. Well, they don't ask. They inform you that land has always remained neutral and has never belonged to any clan in many generations. So,
yeah. I feel like I've made a good impression on them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I didn't know if there was something specific you wanted to do, but I was going to make an offer because you got a 31.
Make your offer. I'll listen to it first before I say anything.
Yep. So because you were came and even though you didn't understand his faith, you were still immensely kind and respectful and understanding. And when you told of the punishments that would be found for the people, kind of scoffed at the idea of it, so on and so forth. But again, you very persuasively explains how you worship Kraleen. And how the summer and this and the passion and blah blah blah, and you speak to it in a way that he can actually understand, even though Kraleen isn't specifically one of the big ones he focused on. He actually deeply respects the faith of your place, and it's like okay, and you're very law bound there, right? So again, there's enough respect there that they appreciate that, and he actually invites you to come visit the shrine when you have spare time, and he would gladly walk you through the ritual.
That's really good. Yeah, I assume I'm getting the feeling that this guy is like he wants to really remain neutral, right? He wants to like the shrine is his duty, and that's like what he's all about.
So yes, he wants to remain neutral, but again, there are offerings that are made there. Sometimes are like legitimate, like sacrifices of like people and so on and so forth. So like you like it's one of those things where if you get into the nitty gritty of the conversation, which we usually could with a 31, because again that's kind of like imagine gather information. Like some people will literally go there and they'll kill their own sibling as part of an offering to a particular god. Like it's like like you'll see old, what's the word I'm looking for here? Grudges will be played out, and there'll be the slaughtering of another person that will transpire there. But again, it's all done in homage to those people's religion. Well, not necessarily everybody. It's like if you're sacrificing somebody, they might be there.
I don't really like that, but also it's not really Tessel's place to ordain other people's practices. That's like a big thing I've had Tessel have, which is respecting other faiths, even if he disagrees with their practice. So I don't think I will ask if I could protect the land or take it, or he could help serve me in any way. I think I'll take it as we'll have a friendly relationship, and he will assist me in his ritual.
In the future, sure.
Yeah.
And then you can always build something from there if you want to. I'll drop like a little hex on there, or let me actually drop like a little church or something on there, so you know where it is. Let me type shrine and see if I can find a cute little image, so you know which hex it exists in. But again, like while this person wants to remain neutral on a national level, his own personal outtake, you're not entirely sure, and you don't have the ability to really.
I'm not really great at sensing motive. I'm great at persuading people, and that's what I rely on.
Exactly.
But that's an interesting thing to go to later. Maybe based on the outcome of my ritual, I may be more apt to like try to push the relationship further.
Hey, Snaga.
Because him being within my nation, I think would be nice. But I would definitely have to respect his laws within that area.
Yeah, okay, cool. Awesome. So that actually plays over very, very well. He offers to do that for you, so on and so forth. But another big thing too is just to ask you, how heavy-handed are your punishments to those that were over there?
So these,
like, what kind of punishments do you see happening for people that transgressed and stole objects from a shrine?
I think that's probably one of the more severe punishments, actually, because of the faith of the nation, right?
Sure.
Because the perspective would be is how would your people feel if they took from your temple? You know what I mean? You would be very mad. So I think they end up probably. What punishment in Clan Shada would you get for a severe transgression?
Well, so this is where it kind of boils down to. You can answer that if you want to, but this is kind of what it boils down to. Kicking back to your advisor over there, you now have to turn around to your clan, your newly acquired Clan Skull people, and be like, Yeah, I'm going to throw some pretty heavy punishment after you for what had transpired, and that could actually spark up some problems within Skull itself. So this needs to be explained well to your people.
Yeah.
So kicking it over to a 1 week advisor event for one of your advisors, you can either send your warden, your royal enforcer, or once again you can send your consular. Either one of them can go over there and to levy this punishment. If things go well, then people accept their licks and they move on, so on and so forth. If things go poorly, the people in Skull will be upset, and so therefore it leads to unrest.
But to be clear, getting the unrest.
But to be clear, this is not supposed to be a super difficult thing. If this was just in your clan, it'd be average, but because it's a newly acquired one, I'm going to make it a challenging roll. And once again, it's a loyalty roll. So it's going to be DC 16, and once again, no, sorry, it's not loyalty, it's stability.
Okay.
Stability.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I did not mean to say. I did not mean to say that. Sorry.
I'll do consular certainly.
Hi, Zyle.
Because royal enforcer is like forcing them to accept it. I think consular definitely is the persuasion, like explaining it better. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's definitely the path I would do. And I think the basis of it, just to give like the explanation of it, I think the punishment would be you have to do probably a large amount of like a community service type of thing, right? So not like the good work, but you'd have to service the community in some way and pay respects to, like, maybe what I could do if he would accept it is that those people that blasphemed his shrine would go there, help clean the place and maintain it for a time period.
Gotcha. So more or less, you're sending them back to where it was that they had done XYZ, so on and so forth.
To right the wrongs that had been committed. So like if someone stole from someone's farm, what they would have to do is they would have to work that person's farm. Right?
Yeah, yep. I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, I appreciate that too. So I'm fine with it. So we'll have, and especially your consulars will be the one to lay this one in. Makes more sense than a royal enforcer who's going to be doing something more heavy-handed, right? All right, cool. Why don't you go ahead and roll again? This should be challenging just because it's Skull, but again, stability because that applies for this, and I think they have a base of 6. So you have a a plus 10 versus a 16. You can win these to auto, or you can just roll.
I'll roll. Okay. That's not a critical.
It's not a critical. You're welcome to roll to get a critical if you'd like.
Will I lose on rest if I critical?
What was that?
Will I lose on rest if I critical?
You'll find out when you critical.
What's critical window? It's 7.
Yeah.
So I'm at.
You have to need one more.
I'm at 6.
Oh no, are you at 7? No, 16 plus. No, you're at critical.
Yeah. Wait.
You did critical. Yeah.
Cool. W.
Yeah. Right. 16 plus 7
is
23.
It is.
You're critical.
Yeah.
Cool. Kudos. Awesome. So with your critical success that you just got right there, again, kudos. With your critical success you just got right there, you end up enforcing the rules, but the people of Skull actually, instead of being upset about this, like showing the deep respects to a neighbor that was actually, and explaining to the people of Skull, like, these have been allies of your clan long before they're of my clan. I'm upholding your rules, and kind of having it explained out that way. And so this isn't your consular themselves, Mazada, doing this. Your Hearthstone doing this. This is utilizing their assets within Skull to explain this outwards, right? And they do so in such a way that actually does heal unrest for you.
Let's go.
Yeah. So because it actually makes people, instead of being like, oh, we actually can appreciate that. So we'll heal for you 1d4 unrest for having them do this, for the critical success over there. And
Viking.
then
Give me a d4 and roll me a 4, baby.
And for your success that you got earlier, which was not a critical, correct?
It was not. No, it was just barely a success.
And
yes,
yay!
I'm at 0.
Yay!
Let's go. You are, well, should have said that on Friday, Viking. I'm sorry.
That's funny. All right, cool. Give you a 1 for screwing up. That's funny. So anyways, yeah, you critically succeed. You remove all the unrest for that half of the event, and then for the other part of the event, the part that you did, you were able to get them to invite you there for a ritual. Right now, it's important to note that this ritual is not something that you go there and a spell is cast. Again, you're in a lower magic region of the world. This person doesn't have powerful magics. I think literally they have first level spells. They might have second level spells, right? So that being said, this ritual that will take place is actually going to be based off of skill checks done by those that arrive. So what's explained to you, and please feel free to take notes, is that when the ritual is done, you're going to actually want to go there. It's going to be a 3-week endeavor. So if you go, it's going to be a 3-week endeavor, and you have to bring 2 people with you. These don't have to be the other PCs. You're probably better off using your people instead. So you bring 2 of your advisors or the other PCs with you, and you're going to make skill checks to make the ritual successful. And it'll be about one person's future.
Do we have about any insight onto the skill checks?
Yeah, so obviously knowledge, religion is going to be a factor in it, and I'll get you the other ones afterwards. Okay? Cool?
Okay.
Cool. Okay. Right, awesome.
Yeah, well, that's a little rough to do, but I think we can get that to work next month.
Yeah, the 3-week thing is the hard part, but that's just because it's a what was I gonna say? A matter of getting together all the supplies and what you need and going there and actively playing out the ritual, the travel to, so on and so forth, that kind of a thing. You could probably expedite it, but it would increase the DC of the checks. So we'll deal with that when we get there.
I think that's disrespectful, and I don't think Tessa will do such a thing.
The person wouldn't be offended, but yeah, that's fine.
Well, I never said Tessa was correct in his understanding.
So that finishes out that one, and the cool thing about this is you'll get to understand this individual more when you actually go there, okay?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm posting
there's a bit more story to them.
For the hype train, as a note.
Cool. All right, as for the next one, which is... No. No. So you're good there. Okay. As for the next one, you are Shadow. Nope. That one's already been done. That one's been done. All these have been done. So I think you're done over there. Okay, that's good news. Then over here we have you were having Isai or Isa, sorry. We're supposed to be Ishai, sorry. We're supposed to be researching the expedition underground, correct?
Yeah. I think that should be arranged by now, actually. It's been a month. I gave them BP and I told the Shy ignore their dwarven friends' comment of not needing guards and to arrange the expedition as they see necessary. They're a smart person. I'm sure they can figure all that stuff out. Ask Lenny if they need any assistance too. I'm sure that it's pretty easy enough for them. Mm-hmm. So that's probably happening.
And wasn't one of your advisors also handling this as well?
No. Ishai was an advisor and is an advisor in the in-game sense, but not a mechanical sense.
No, I know. So I thought you had a mechanical advisor that was overseeing this too. So you don't. Cool.
No.
So then going back to the Ishai's thing, Ishai is actually going to be able to return after being down underground for a month, which is a very long time. And again, not going to return right away. You can imagine even returning a few weeks into this event. So they've been gone for like 5 or 6 weeks or whatever it is, right? Which is a very long period of time. They'll actually come back out and ask to of course, offer to speak to you or whatever.
Is a poll popping up? Because it's not popping up on my side, so I tried it again. I'm confused. No, okay, the poll isn't popping up. I'm not insane. Sorry.
I mean, you are, but for different reasons.
Yeah. You know no, I'll try to poll later. Doesn't matter. Sorry. Yeah. So Shai returns, and we get to figure out if they found anything. If they haven't, I'm excited for this.
So Ashai offers to have a private meeting with you first.
Yep.
Okay. So Ashai speaking with you, just the two of you, says, Warlord, thank you for taking the time to speak with me in your busy schedule. I can see that many things have happened in my absence, and some need a considerable amount of your attention. I just wanted to give you a brief, I suppose, bit of foreground prior to us having a meeting with my companion to go over the finer details for down there.
Yes, I understand.
You're going to find this difficult to believe, Warlord. So please remain seated. My friend, whose name is Kieran, my friend, Kieran, was incredibly comfortable and familiar with the tunnels that we walked through. Not that they had been there before. They clearly were looking and learning and reading while down there, but moved very comfortably through them. Completely understood the murals as you described to us beforehand, and could follow them without tripping up or stumbling the way the rest of us seemed to do so. They seemed very familiar with how the tunnels worked and the meaning of the different pathways. This goes beyond the immediate understanding of what you had warned us or somebody who had studied. It almost seems second nature to them. And since you've remained seating, I have to say, they're starting to have me convinced.
That he's a dwarf?
It sounds ridiculous to say out loud.
Well, I mean, we identified, I think Naren did, that the distance and the way the steps were, it would fit like a half-away speed in terms of walking. Could you not just naturally be a bit slow?
I mean, dwarves do theoretically have smaller legs and so therefore move a bit slower. He was very comfortable with the locations and knowing exactly how far it was going to be until the next resting point.
Okay. Question. He did cast the spell to shape stone. Is he a mage of sorts? Or is that a natural ability of his? That would be very convincing.
I don't know if it's any ability of his or not, but certainly something that he's capable of doing. I didn't inquire too much into that. He's a little eccentric, but this is where things go one step further, Warlord. He's very eccentric. You've met him. You understand this. Not just because of the way he dresses and acts and looks and our perception of what that meant at the time, but his personality overall is eccentric. As we spent more time down there, as the weeks rolled on, his personality seemed to shift.
Okay.
He grew calmer, more focused, dedicated. He would complete full concepts, a full-blown conversation, staying on point. It was the strangest of transitions, like watching somebody sober up middle conversation.
You know, I have a way to... Well, I don't, but... Warlord Varix knows a spell that can identify a creature's race. If we had a bit of his blood, we could identify if he's actually a dwarf.
If magics like this can accurately do so, maybe it should be used.
Did we used it on me, right?
Yeah, you use a couple of different things transpired. Yeah.
So from my knowledge, it's pretty accurate, even with my weirdness. Well, actually, I wouldn't know if it was accurate or not, I guess.
Yeah. Based off of your results, you believe it to be. Because the results came out the way you expected them to, so you believe it to be accurate. Whether or not that's true is different, right?
Yeah.
Sample size of 1.
Yeah, well, it's a little hard to get sample sizes.
Sounds like some right-wing science right there.
Oh, shut up.
Anecdotal science. Like, listen. When I leave the fridge open, stuff stays cold. So it doesn't matter if you leave your fridge door open or not.
If we can acquire that, we could have proof.
I just wanted you to be aware of what I had witnessed.
5 Krillion's light.
We also traveled deep following the pathways because, again, even though this is not a region that Kieran knew, he was familiar with how to traverse it and read the signs, what was on the doors posted there. He brought us to, let's call it a city. But it was abandoned of who you or I are instinctively believing would be the original inhabitants. Instead, there were a type of mushroom people that existed down there instead.
Mm-hmm.
They, at first, we were on guard. You and I discussed them before, prior to my leaving, but we had to prepare to defend ourselves. But Kieran had once again said not to worry about them, and just to be respectful and to follow his lead. And we did so. And they were, while incredibly alert and defensive, also non-aggressive. They offered us some supplies, which tasted horrible and definitely hurt my stomach, but did not sicken me beyond the displeasure of the experience, and allowed us to continue traveling.
Did they speak of other residents?
They don't speak.
Well, how did you communicate with them?
These creatures emit a type of cloud. It's strange. It's like almost like when pollen is released into the air during spring. And
horribly allergic.
Well, you probably shouldn't encounter these creatures any more than you already have then, because you need to willingly allow that pollen, that dust, to fall into you, to breathe it in deep, and then you can hear them inside of you.
Oh, that. Continue. I'm taking everything you say as you say it. I'm trying my best.
When we communicated with them, which is again difficult, I spoke aloud and they seemed to understand the meaning, but he didn't need to speak aloud, and yeah, I could still understand that they understood him because I could hear their response inside of me. Anyways, they had taken that location, that city, a long time ago. These creatures don't track years the way that we do. They don't. They literally talk in the terms of growth, and the rate at which whatever they're referring to grows, I have no reference point. So I don't know if they were saying thousands of years or a couple of months. I genuinely don't know. But there were a lot of them there, and they said that they had taken that spot. The previous inhabitants had abandoned it long ago. We did not continue trekking too deep into Underoth, however, not so far as to encounter any others. The reasoning being that Kieran said that going too far down could be too dangerous. And so we kept more to these comfortably carved tunnels and what would be, in his mind, upper walks. Like a surface tour. To me, we were miles underground. But to him, we were on the roof.
Is it dwarf?
Either that, or he is so engrossed into his own crafted persona, he has me convinced and is espousing so much heavy-handed bullshit that I am so far outside my depths, I just have to accept it for what it is. He's either an incredibly skillful charlatan, or yes.
But we have proof. Dwarves exist with the underground city.
Well, we have proof that there's a city that was underground.
Ah, of course.
I mean, there are some legends say that, orcs at one point in time lived underground. But...
in massive underground cities, why would we have ever left? That's absurd.
You say we, and they look at you, the head cocked sideways.
I'm a half-orc. Kind of. Listen, it's a little complicated, okay?
That's like when Wolfgar talks about being a dwarf, and the guy's like 6'9".
I lived most of my life as a half-orc. Is this enough to maybe get more groups to come? More expeditions?
I know how to traverse back there. I kept notes of... It's pretty simple. When you go down the stairwell, which door do you take? The first, the second, the third? And then the next one, which door do you take? It is the most simple directions to keep track of. Even if there are many intersections, just by keeping track of, say, 15 directions, which one person can memorize if they were so dedicated, or you can have it written on a scrap of paper. And this would allow you to easily navigate back there. You'll never get lost. It's the same every time. You're walking through stone walls.
How did you open the doors?
What do you mean?
Doors that blocked you from going through.
Yeah?
How did you open them? They were locked.
They didn't seem locked to us.
I mean, of course, you must have seen the ones that we had broken to get through.
I did, but I just assumed... Huh. That's strange. Actually, come to think of it, we did see the broken doors during one of the first expeditions, but it wasn't broken afterwards.
On your way back?
I can't answer this question. I don't have the answer for you.
If he's a dwarf, it may be like... it may only open to a dwarf's touch.
If such magics exist.
I mean, they probably do. I mean, this is a long ancient empire? I mean, from what I'm learning of all the ancient empires, they were way more advanced than us. Especially us. A gesture to, around. Because we're in Kijinksi. We're kind of backwards a bit. Well, I guess bring the man in. I do to congratulate him.
Shall your council be summoned?
This is slightly a, personal venture, but I have used the nation's funds, so I guess that is probably apt.
All of them? They say, because, again, they're more or less going to be outing themselves as being, it's like you're grabbing like a donut on your way to a convention. You accidentally bump into a couple of your coworkers, and you're wearing like Spock ears and got like the full like Trekker suit. And you got the makeup and everything on. They're like, Tony, and you're like, hey.
I'm a believer, Ishai.
And then they go, April Fools?
If you wish it to be...
September Stumped?
If you wish it to be more personal, maybe we bring a intellectual like Lenny. He may have insights or make fun of us. It's Lenny. That's like a 50-50 chance on either. I see your concern. Just bring him in.
Just him.
Just him.
Obvious sigh of relief. They leave to go get their friends, leaving you to your thoughts for, you know, a good like 20 minutes or whatever it is. Anything you say or do in the absence?
I'm just like mumbling about he's actually a fucking dwarf. I don't believe it. Can I convince him to give me a bit of his blood so Varric can confirm it? That's really weird, isn't it? That's going to be a hard I'm pretty persuasive, but man, that's pretty rough to convince someone of.
It's called Blood Biography. I think it expires. Yeah. Blood Biography.
You just need one creature's blood or one blood stain.
Yeah, but that has to be only so old.
Has no
cast on a dried. Right, you can cast a spell for question. Okay, so no age determined. You were correct.
I just need a single drop of blood.
Yeah. Or a blood stain.
Yep.
Can you bleed on this cloth for me? But I'm not bleeding.
I mean, I'm trying to think. He's a little eccentric, but if he wants to help us prove dwarves exist, right? This spell is a way we can get actual proof, right? Like, people know the spell exists. It is written on a piece of paper, meaning you can share it.
Okay, so they come in. So. Kieran comes in, and he actually, unlike last time, gives a more appropriate bow. Last time it was a little whimsical. Since he gives a more appropriate bow. Looks at you and says, Warlord.
Kieran the Piddick. I must say, I am astounded. Your findings have greatly impressed me.
Oh, you already know?
I had a little explanation when Ashai came to tell me of your arrival back here.
Oh. All right. Just wait.
You walked in there like it was your home, I was told.
It's certainly not my home.
Well, but you know the expression.
Fair enough. Yes, I'm very comfortable there.
You said it was...
Let me phrase this differently. It's not that I'm comfortable there. It's I have a degree of familiarity.
Like it naturally comes to you.
Not exactly. I don't think anybody naturally is comfortable in any particular home, unless you're talking about, say, the comfort of a fish inside of water rather than out of it.
Well, I guess it may be slightly different. He leaves it at that. He leaves it vague.
Yep. Please, Warlord, questions.
These
you look as though you have many of them on your tip of your tongue.
The Mycen, they are friendly creatures, it seems?
Very, very few Mycen wish to bring harm or war.
And do you believe you could do expeditions further?
No.
I see.
There's too much danger that lies that deep. In fact, that was already rather far. I'm glad to see that's there was a location that we could stop at and call our endeavors a success. I was getting a bit nervous myself.
If we are to prove dwarves exist, we would need something more concrete, no? They will
be naysayers.
There will be naysayers to a city. Would they not? There used to be an empire here, the Vidoran Empire. They've made many of underground structure. You don't believe scholars would assume it was them?
With all due respect, Warlord, if a dwarf were to walk up to a ruler of a nation and exclaim as much to them to their face, that would also be laughed at. You will have people that are denouncing any amounts of evidence ever presented. And at what points do you stop pushing for evidence at the danger of those who are seeking it?
A companion of mine has a spell that can identify one's race and a bunch of other information. That could be concrete proof, no?
What does it mean to identify one's race?
It identified mine to my expectations.
You can ask the question specifically what race they are.
It will, the spell, from my knowledge, it will answer what your most commonly known name is, your gender, race, profession, and how it requires a drop of blood, but how the blood was shed.
I think it answers one of each of those questions, so it's not like it tells you all those second question ones. I think it's like you pick one, which is fine.
No, it says you cast a spell and answer the following four questions.
Yeah, 4 questions. Yeah, but what are you doesn't necessarily mean you get all those answers.
You know it has commas. It would be.
Yeah, that's fair.
Commas.
It doesn't say or. It doesn't say or. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah,
comma is a list of things. Most certainly, yeah. So
what's that? CSVs, right?
Yep.
Comma separated variables.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But
good old CSV files.
This spell would have, I believe, a degree of weight because it is magic.
Nods and says, perhaps it would be enough to prove to the individual casting the spell, or a handful of people around them. But again, there's just more to be scoffed at.
What if a member of the Arcane Congress saw the proof? Would their professionality of magic not hold weight in its sincerity?
What if you don't need to have everybody believe it to be true, but just enough?
I'd only ask. I will not pressure you if you do not wish to do it.
If I may.
I nod to him.
I did not spend my childhood for very long in places like that. A small portion of my childhood was there, and then I was brought higher to where the sky opens and falls forever. Periodically, there were times in this cavern, or that, this location, or that, but also great lengths of time on the surface. As I walked down there, I remembered a great many things from my childhood, warnings that I've since forgotten. There is a belief of my people that the pressures of your world keep you grounded and sane, but the open skies allow your minds to fall away. Unfortunately, the longer I stay on the surface, the less I remember of my people, the less I remember of who and what I am. Going down there, I recalled the importance of why we stay deep, why we stay dark, why we stay hidden. A lesson taught me by my mother. But again, she herself losing her mind as the lessons were given. I think it's important that there is a degree of understanding. And perhaps even you should venture there yourself to see the marvels that exist deep in Underoath. But also, perhaps, not every secret need be uncovered.
I understand. I had considered this when we first opened this investigation, that your people may not have wanted to be found in the first place. And it does, I cannot deny, slightly pain me, as the proof of it could bring vital funding and knowledge to my clan that could improve our standing. If your wishes are that this information is not spread, it shall not spread.
I can tell you that I know the nature of your people. If they're allowed to frequently visit, if not go so far as to live in, the city that we discovered, and a law were to be passed and enforced to not allow anybody to travel any further, that law will be ignored and people will travel even deeper because it was put into place.
Of course.
I can tell you that in my childhood, I recall lessons of the dangers of the deep and the necessary battles that must be fought there. What they are and what this means, unfortunately, I do not know and cannot share. Think of childhood stories told to you by your parents, and they are but fleeting memories. You perhaps recall the stories of a shadow that existed under your bed, but maybe lost its name or purpose.
I believe I understand what you speak more than you know. Well, if that is it, if you believe it is best that the lost remain lost, cannot say it makes me particularly happy. I am a worshipper of Winifred as well, and her decrees of preserving and finding all knowledge ring true to me.
Well, I can say that, sorry, last name, last, and so forth. Fuck, what was I gonna say to you? I don't remember what I was gonna say, so let me just scratch that. Oh, I remember. They say, the decision is yours to make and not mine. It was requested that I guide, advise, discover, and to educate. I have done those things. It is your decision to make, not my lands, not my say. And I mean the lands above and below. Neither belong to me, I have no claim. And, but to that end, I will say I did repair the door that you broke.
We couldn't open them.
Well, it has been repaired, and let's hope that others, in fact, cannot, if that's the decision that you've made.
I assume it is your touch that could open them?
It was what?
Your touch that could open them?
I spoke to the stone. I altered its shape.
I see. Okay.
That was a gift that was bestowed upon me by my father. My mother lacks the touch.
And what will you do now that you have regained your mind a bit? Your memory?
I have regained it. And I wish to keep it for as long as possible. I believe I will make more treks down there, even if in solitude, to spend some time, perhaps even a retreat to that city. The Mycen down there, they are kind, not welcoming. They lack the ability to be, but they are kind as we would describe it. It's hard to define Mycen. You need to interact with them to be familiar, but they do not think the way we do. They do not feel the way we do. They don't have the desires like we do. We are individuals. You are you and I am I, but they are we.
I see. You've brought a tough decision before me. We will preserve what knowledge we have found, but under your advice, I don't believe anyone is capable of going down into those tunnels. Maybe me and my fellow warlords, but we are not the type to abandon our people. So that's what it would take.
Nods. He says, at the very least, you have a fallback point, do you not? Though, if you take the correct directions to get to the city beneath, it is quite the trek. It's, simply put, about 2 weeks from here. Most of the tunnels that you walk in are, remain at a specific depth. Then there are many steps and, again, many tunnels at a specific depth. These are done, as far as I understand, for a reason. The people that built those tunnels, the people that lived in those tunnels and trekked them, they are determinate. They are endured, and they do not mind long, steady treks. Time to them does not pass the same as it does to most of the peoples on the surface. That being said, the long walks were comfortable and soothing to them. When I first stepped foot in those tunnels, they drove me up a goddamn wall. They stretch on for hours. They're exhausting. They're frustrating. But after enough time in there, I remembered the soothing enjoyment of one footfall after the other, of small talk growing quiet, and appreciating the silent, rhythmic steps. The swishing of one's clothing, the billow of a cloak, as one stopped to scratch or what have you. The noise of someone clearing their throat being a deafening boom in your settled ears. You kind of grow a degree of peace, a deeper understanding of yourself, of the world around you. You become keenly aware of everything, every hair on your body, every pore in the stone. It's comforting. But your people, the people from here, their minds can't settle into such patterns. Their lives too chaotic, too pursuant. They're too industrious.
I understand. Though, as you said, if there is a time to retreat, the tunnels may be opened once again.
He says, so a decision was made by the warlord.
I have made my choice. It will remain closed unless needed to protect my people.
He gives you an appropriate kind of like bow or whatever, out of respect. And then he says, and in return for your respectful decision to what I believe, at least I believe I remember to being the right choice, I will return the favor. I will remain amongst your people for some time. I can't stay too long. As I said, I think I wish to travel down there further, deeper myself. But I'll stay for some time, at least half a year, maybe a full one, and provide for you aid in what I can to help you in your own construction. He gestures towards the buildings around you in your capital city and says, I can't do shit here. You have wood and clay. These mean nothing to me. But when you are crafting with stone, like the city you have begun to build to the east, there, I can provide you a considerable amount of aid.
Oh, let's go. I thank you. Oh God, I have his name. Kieran.
Cool. And so he's going to be able to stay for a period of time and help you build buildings that are like over in your capital city. And he can either help you out by reducing the cost or the time to make buildings. Like I said, he will stay for X number of rounds. So for X number of days, at least 6 months. So I would say that he would probably end up staying for, let me see how this math's out easiest. I would say he'd probably stay for 1d6 plus 5 months is how long he stays for. You know what I mean? So I think Xylamos should be the one to roll the d6 for you.
I agree. Roll me a d6. Get a 6, all right? Get 9 months, or not 9.
Like can help craft buildings quicker or cheaper?
Yeah, so 4. All right, so 7.
9 months.
9. I can't math.
Me are math good.
I'll write that down. 9. So what's like the discount like? So I can note it.
So give me 1 second. So the buildings that are discounted are supposed to be removing a quarter. It says to remove a quarter of the cost or time for buildings, right? So usually what you'd want to do is you'd want to take a building that probably takes a long fucking time and have him do that significantly faster for you, right? Or two buildings that way. So if you looked at a building that takes like maybe a year, like what are you looking to build over in your new capital? What's like the big building?
It's not big enough to build any of the big buildings.
So hold on. Like what are your plans? Like let's talk through this for half a tick, right?
Well, the biggest plan I would want to do, right? The ultimate goal is to get a cathedral, right? Or a cathedral. And make that into a fortress of the faith or whatever it's called.
So what do you need to make a cathedral?
I need a city.
Okay. And it makes sense to put that over there and not in your current city. Like that just actually genuinely makes sense to do it over there and not here.
Well, the biggest thing is that I can upgrade a cathedral into a citadel of the faithful, I think.
Yes, of course.
So, but I was going to have a cathedral here eventually too, but it doesn't matter.
But hold on. So to have a city, you need to have 36 buildings built, right? And then your other one, you currently have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 buildings built, right? So he could help you build things significantly faster. That's not an issue. Give me half a tick to look up how exactly this works.
Man. I guess I could build a castle soon. So that's only requires a town. I'm close to that. Does he only apply the bonus while he's here, or is it whenever if I start it while he's here?
While he's here.
Okay.
So hold on, give me 1 second.
That sucks because I have these couple months I'm gonna have to be building armies, so I don't have money.
1 second. So there's
Well, I'm trying Xylamos, but I unfortunately am in a pickle. Because I would use it, but I'm in a predicament.
What are the Pathfinder kingdom building rules, just out of curiosity, even though this isn't how it works, for like the Lyre of Building? And the reason why this matters is because there's actually extra rules written in wherever that rule is found. For how this works. It's actually somewhere inside the Pathfinder kingdom building shit.
It's called the Lyre of Building. What book is it in?
No. So in the kingdom building shit, there's extra rules for when you're using something like the Lyre of Building. Yeah, and that's why
there might be it might be in Ultimate Campaign, right?
It might be.
Let's
Oh,
see.
God damn it. Nope. There's actually an area inside here that covers this kind of shit.
It might be in the building description section.
No, I tried there for that, and I couldn't find for the liar. It's somewhere in here, and I can't. Oh, here we go. Construction. Here we go. It's under the settlements section. So construction is complete in the same turn. You spend the BP for the building, no matter what size it is. A building's benefit applies to your kingdom immediately. At the GM's discretion, construction magic such as liar of building, fabricate, and wall of stone can reduce a single's BP cost by 2. As a one-time reduction per turn, regardless of the amount of magic used. That's what. Oh, that's how it's supposed to be. That's right. So for every month that he's there, he can reduce the BP cost of items for every month that he's there to help out by 2 for any building worked on. For any building he works on, as long as it's predominantly made out of stone. For 9 months, that equals 18 BP. Or he can reduce the amount of time worked on for that by, and I was saying 25%.
Okay. And it's only while he's there, right? So what happens if I have a building? Say the building takes 6 months. Okay, so what's 25% off of
that? So every month that he's there, he could save you 12. So he can save you 12 BP total off of that building, right? If it takes 6 months, which is a considerable amount. Or he could take 25% off and you pay the full price because you're just making things go quicker. And in that scenario, I would just round it to you take 2 off.
Okay,
so you do 4 months instead of 6.
Okay, but what happens, say I do that and we're on month he leaves when it's 3 months into completion. So it has 1 month left, but then he leaves.
Oh, I understand what you're trying to say. It's weird that you're asking this question. Is this something that's going to happen?
Well, it might happen, which is why I'm asking.
I mean, maybe he doesn't get that because the 25% is supposed to be across. I would say that the 25% is supposed to be for the whole construction. So it'd be less than 25%. So maybe it only shaves 1 month off, right?
Maybe I guess an easy way of doing it would be if he's there for at least 50% of the construction, it doesn't matter. But if he isn't, then it takes off less.
Yeah, but if you start like a super long project at the end there, if you like plot it out that way, then that's like, you know. But either way, so first let's see how you would use it, right? Like, so this first upcoming month in Adioke, what would you build immediately?
I'm not even sure. I would have to kind of calculate how much money I'm gonna have left.
Do you have that month plotted out or no?
No, because I'm still trying to figure out how much the army's gonna cost.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand.
Right. I will build at least one thing, right, to get the 2 BP off.
Yeah. Yeah. That could be something as simple as a house. You know what I mean? But
yeah. But I will
personally. So one of the things you can do is if you look for things that are relatively inexpensive but are 2 lots, that's a great way of building up a city quickly. So you actually look at Control F and you do 2 space lots, right? And then you look at, okay, what's 2 lots and how much does it cost? That's 52, that's 40. Okay, a bureau is 2 lots and it's not that expensive. Foundry you're probably going to want anyways, that's 16, right? What else? This one's a hospital is 30. You probably Grand Hall. There's our Guild Hall. Guild Hall would be interesting because that's great for German, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, they have city size restrictions, which is a problem.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm pulling up the buildings, not looking at what the restrictions are yet.
But what I could do is we agreed that if the building would make you to the next size, you can start building that building.
What?
I think.
No. So like you have to acquire the size change first.
I thought we agreed. Well, no, I thought we agreed if you were building a 4-lot building and that building would make you into a city, you could just build it.
Only Jake has done it so far, and he had to acquire a city first. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. So for instance, one of the first things you could do, and this would make sense for your clan over there, is if you built a bureau, it's only 10 BP. I don't know how long that takes. Do you have the book open?
I'm looking at it. A bureau requires a city, so I can't build it.
Oh, really? Okay. So we need things that require a town. I'm gonna read you a couple of other ones, right? Let me just put these in order of price, and then we'll
I don't think Jorman has any BP left, Joey.
Okay, ready? I'm gonna read some to you. Ready? You said a bureau is a city. Do you have the book open?
I have the book open.
Foundry.
Foundry. Jorman is 1 BP. I'm looking Foundry. Yeah, but castles don't fit me.
Foundry?
I'm looking. And also, Joey, you did your math wrong on that sheet. That's what I had to change it. Foundry.
I think he's more of a palace than a castle. No.
Oh, hey, shut up. It's a town, so I would need 3 buildings before I could do that, or 4 buildings. We need to hit 13.
Okay, cool. No problem. Let's move on. Monastery.
I already have one.
Inside that town? Oh.
Yep.
A second monastery?
Probably not.
Let's see. A town hall.
Town hall. I think that's a town as well. Town.
Noble villa.
That's the noble villa. That's a town.
Okay. And lastly, guild hall, which probably is a town or a city too. So then you probably don't want to go for the big lot ones. You probably want to go for cheaper, smaller ones then to work with.
I could build like 3. If I build 4 houses next turn, I'd be at it.
So Joey's suggesting exotic shop because that's something that finishes off his area over there, which is kind of nice anyways.
That's a town.
You need a town for that one too? So
Yep.
which ones don't require you to have a town that you're interested in? Can you like make a... Go ahead.
I can list them off for you.
Yeah.
So there's barracks. There's a brewery. Ignore the brickyard. Let's see. There's walls.
Those don't count. They're not buildings. But
That's
sure,
true.
walls.
There's a dance hall.
Huh.
There's a granary. A graveyard. A moat, which will... Hey, he could help build the lava moat, right?
Moats also don't he could, but those also don't take up building sizes.
I know, but I think his expertise would actually be helpful with a lava moat with his stone manipulation.
Sure.
Monastery monument, which I have one as well.
Okay,
monuments would be good actually. I'm looking. Pier. Oh, ignore that one.
Yep.
There's a sacred grove. Shop. Oh, that's one I should build. A shop. Shrine. Smithy. Stable.
Do you already have a shrine there or no?
I do have a shrine. I have 2 actually.
But is it a shrine is that the shrine that's going to
Yes.
build up?
Yeah.
And what do you need to do a temple?
Temple is a town.
Okay, keep going.
Which I'll probably have him build a temple.
Yep. So after stable?
Stable, stockyard, which that's, for this town. Tannery, tavern, trade shop, which will be good as well. Watchtower.
Oh, that's another great one.
And a windmill.
Which is great inside the mountains, right? Just like if you think about actual science.
It'd actually be really good for like doing, you could put it right on top of like a peak nearby.
Isn't there a perk for having a windmill next to your granary too?
Yeah, gives it +1.
Okay, so let's talk about windmills. How much do those cost?
8 for 2 months.
So 16? Oof.
Yeah.
How much do granaries cost?
I think 6. I'm looking. 10. 5 for 2 months. 2.
Okay, so you can get 8 off of that. So if you just wanted to keep it a little bit easier for right now, you currently have 1 monument. I think, this is supposed to be the area in the future for you, isn't it?
Everything here, these 4 hexes are going to be the Citadel and the Fortress of the Faith.
Yeah, I thought so. All right,
right in the middle of town.
So you already have 1 monastery. Would you want another monastery? Sorry, I'm saying monastery. I meant monument. I'm sorry.
I don't. Maybe monument's pretty decent build too, But I think I would actually like to build. I'd probably build a shop.
Oh, you got rid of all of your unrest. I was gonna say that's a super awesome one because you get it for only 4 BP and it gets rid of unrest. What is our shop?
I think building like an early shop and trade shop would be pretty smart for this town.
A shop would give you +1 economy and increases your base value, which is really nice. Later on, it can be upgraded to something else. Do you already have a house to put it next to? There's one over here.
Yep,
Do you already have the entire city planned set up or no?
I got most of the city planned, yeah.
Okay. Because don't forget, if you built like a monument at the same time you built tenement housing, which you can definitely do, your unrest only increases by 1. Because tenement housing costs what, 1 BP and gives you 2 unrest?
I did miss a bunch of things. I missed a herbalist. I want to build a herbalist. That's what I should build. A house in jail and library as well.
Why are you saying the H in herbalist?
Because it's a herb.
No, it's not. Herbalist.
I watch a lot of British cooking YouTubers, so that's where I get my. That's why I say it like that.
So herbalist, and what was the other one?
Herbalist, in jail and library, in mansion, but I don't like mansions.
All right, cool. So herbalist. So I honestly think if you want to build this up quickly, one of the first things you should do is with the areas in the district that you've already claimed that have spots, bite the damn bullet, get over yourself, and build tenement housing. Because you have all these buildings that you want to build, but are limited to you get into the next city size, which requires 4 things to be built. Right now, you're allowed to build 5 buildings in 1 turn.
It's tenement houses for a tenement.
Yeah, but you suffer an unrest. So you just be smart about it. You can handle, you can handle 5 unrest comfortably. Shoot.
Tenements are for towns only.
No, are they?
Yep.
Wait, seriously? Because I think we've done tenement for non-towns before.
Yeah, that's before we really established the rules.
Oh, gotcha. Or maybe it was before we added Thorpe as a separate option from town. Maybe that's why.
No, Thorpe's not counted. Thorpe's a village for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, no, I know, but I think it was before we added the extra one, because towns I think originally started at no, I think it always started at 13, didn't it? Yeah. But anyways, so
no, I have to just build houses and a couple things that take 2 months to build.
Okay, so but the cool thing is, so if you just invest into houses into the appropriate areas, even if you only had him help you build houses, that's it. Right? Like how many BP do you think you can divert to buildings just to get your city to the correct size?
Because I could this month. All right, I have 40 BP. I'm gonna have to do the calculations for my army, and I'll figure out what I can spend on it.
Right? So let's pretend for a second you're like, Scott, I don't like doing it, but I could spend 10 BP on buildings. That's 3 houses.
Certainly.
Right?
All right. I have
3 houses.
So I want to build 1 more park. I have a graveyard. I have 2 graveyards I want to build, actually.
Graveyards, I don't think require stone though as much. You know what I mean? It's like handling dirt. So I would apply it to graveyards. That one feels a little weird to me.
Okay.
Do you agree? Like it's more about landscaping than it is about stonework.
All right. You could think about that type of graveyard. But a graveyard could be many different things. It could be a mausoleum type of style where it's underground.
Yeah, but I mean, are
you going
to put people underground and be like, well, you belong in the mines?
No, but that's a very reasonable type.
We're getting away from that joke. What was the last time you heard that joke?
But there's probably not a whole lot of good dirt here. Is what I'm pointing. So we'd probably be doing underground graves. I'm right here.
But again, so building a graveyard and the stonework in a graveyard is not the same, because it's not like you're taking 1,000 dead people and having them mass produce a bunch of fucking gravestones for it, right?
I can I want to build a second smithy. I want to build a tannery still, so those 2 can get built still. That's fine. He probably can help with parks, so ignore that. He can help build.
Sorry, just to finish my point for chat, and then we'll go back to what you're saying. Sorry. So a graveyard, the way a graveyard is typically built is you section off an area, and you say this area is now the graveyard, and then you don't just construct a bunch of mausoleums and a whole bunch of gravestones. You construct them and create them as needed, not instantly. So just finishing my point to chat.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Now back to you.
Well, that can depends on. You could build a predefined big section of graves on the ground where you put people later as well. That's a thing I think cultures did, but
Well, yeah,
it's not that important.
There were tons of underground catacombs that were crafted, right? Like, was it the Romans that did underground catacombs?
There's a big one in Paris, I think.
Yeah, a huge one.
So,
yep.
But yeah, he can help build a herbalist though. That's fine. He can help build a smithy and tannery, right? Those are 3 buildings he can help build already. And then he can help build houses, and he can help build a library too, which I want to.
You're gonna put a second smithy there?
Yeah, well, because one's Dorman smithy, and the other one's gonna be the town smithy.
Oh, I understand what you're doing. Gotcha. Even though mechanically it's the same. That's a cool idea. I like what you're doing. So do you know where these locations are? Like on your little map that we have here? Like, for instance, show me where the smithy is supposed to be.
I will hide. Actually, here, I can just do this.
What Nick usually does. Oh, okay.
I can just copy paste them. Well, I have them colored based on.
We could always fix it later on.
I have them colored based on when I'm doing it.
Gotcha.
Right. So Foundry is dependent on me building a town and the smithy and tannery first, or at least the smithy first.
9, 10, 11, 12.
I can't build the Foundry yet though. But we could the herbalist.
Oh, I know what you meant by the building that makes it become a city. Gotcha. I know what you're talking about. And the answer to that, because now that I know what you're talking about, the answer to that is still a no. You have to get to the 13.
Cool.
So once the 13th building is built, because it was built while it was a village, now once you have 13, then you can start doing the city ones, right? Yeah. I get what you're saying. Sorry. So you have to choose what do you have there right now? 9, so the 10th, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th. So you have to put 4. So I only see 2 greens. Can the foundry be built now?
No.
Oh, okay, so what give me 2 more greens in here.
Yeah. I could build a second house off the bat, which would probably just be easy. So I'll probably do that. I'll build 1 house. Why is that like this? Not like that. This is red because this was for later. Oh, let's not want it. Doesn't want to be red. That's fine.
I got you. Ready? I'll take care of this. Just move away from that cell.
Yeah.
So.
But it's green now.
I got you.
And I'm just checking how expensive the library is versus because I like libraries. They are thematic.
Library is what?
It's 4 for 2, so I'll do the library before the herbalist.
For having him build the library is good too, because I see that takes off half the price for you, right?
Yeah.
All right, where's the library going?
It's gonna go. I'm just checking 1 more building. Yep, cool. The library is gonna go.
The cell that you're on.
This one right here.
Just put a period or something into it. I got you. Okay.
Yeah. Because this top left corner area is going to be, it's going to have the military academy in the city, eventually the academy, the university, the magical academy. It's going to have a whole bunch of stuff.
So again, I don't know how much BP you can invest, but right off the bat, so this is going to be, for this one, it's going to be 4. How much is the library? It's 4 each time. So 4. Smithy is how much?
Smithy is, I think it's
6 all at once.
Yeah.
And tannery is how much?
Tannery.
6 all at once.
Yes.
So you have 12, 20. If you can pump out 18, that would be 18 BP. If you can finagle that 18 BP, you can literally have 3 of those buildings done next month instantly. But because you chose the library as one of them, he wouldn't be done with that until the following month. Can you replace the library with something else?
We could just build any other 1 month ones I'm looking to build. Because I don't really want to build an extra house in this area yet. What's a tavern?
Because then you can start working on bigger things, like again your temple or your foundry and stuff like that.
I would do the temple and make it less time. The temple will take 6 months, and they'll make it.
Is there another park you need to make?
Yeah, but he can't build a park.
No. He doesn't have to. You're doing a bunch of projects at once. He just works on one of them.
True. I do want an extra park.
Where is it?
But, actually, am I allowed to build a sacred grove yet, or do I have to get more parks for that first?
I don't think there's any limitations to Sacred Grove. I think it just cannot be. It cannot be inside walls or whatever it is, or it can't be in a district of walls or some shit.
Oh well, that's I don't have walls. I have natural walls.
You know what? Honestly, legit argument. I think maintaining a sacred grove, however, is gonna be a little bit difficult because like a park could be a rock park with a couple of trees, but a sacred grove explicitly sounds like a tree thing. I don't know if you can have a sacred grove here without a water source.
So my argument I was gonna make in the future, right? Oh, it can't be inside walls without a park next to it.
Yeah,
what Steve said. But my argument,
but building on a mountain is weird.
My future argument was going to be I was going to put 4 parks next to it, so then at that point it'd be surrounded by parks, so that concern wouldn't be there.
Got what you're saying. But so what's another cheap 1 month building you can do, even if it's just another house?
I'm just scanning through my sheet right now.
Yep, you're good, man. I can't see what he's looking at, so we're good over here.
Yeah, it's
Joe was saying a dance hall. Actually, a dance hall at the same time as a house gives you and takes away unrest at the same time. It's actually a Pogger's move.
Yeah, but sadly, it's not for this district.
Gotcha.
With how everything.
You don't want to base BP adding to a district right now. It's not beneficial.
Yeah. I'll build a graveyard. That's 1 month.
Yep, you can do graveyard as well.
Graveyard, which is 4 BP. Graveyard will be it'll be right here. Well, luckily for us, the people of Shado are willing to work to build to a betterness. You know, they can rest in the future.
So where's graveyard going? I'm sorry.
Below the monastery.
Oh, okay, cool. I gotcha. I'll put it there. And graveyards cost what? 4?
4. Yep. So.
Okay. Graveyard.
I can start the library at some other point.
All right, so we skipped the library, but that does okay, so we're gonna do one of these just to get the library. Well, I'll leave the library on there, but get rid of the number, right? So it's not confusing. All right, cool. So you can literally make a house, a graveyard, a smithy, and a tannery, and because you're choosing 2 expensive ones, that's 20. He helps out with one of them. That's minus 2. By expensive, I mean 6 instead of 4. 20 minus 2 because he's helping with one of them. Is 18. If you can figure out 18 BP, literally next month you will become a city. Oh, I should say effectively you're a city starting the month after.
I'll be a town.
Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, town. My apologies. And then you can start bigger projects moving forward. Now, don't forget
I can fit in houses too instead of a tannery. But I actually this corner is untouched, unmarked or anything.
If you really want it to be balls deep and get this done, you technically
house and dance hall.
Well, I was gonna say all of these are done instantly, right?
Yeah.
No,
they're done in a month.
Give me a second. So. No. They're done instantly. That's what it says. It literally says done instantly. Unless they're 2-month ones, they're done instantly. So because of that, you actually could do like a house, graveyard, smithy, tannery in that order, and whatnot, and then literally start a foundry as your 5th building. Because now you're inside of a village.
I won't have the BPs for that.
But you know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing that you could do because it's like those are done. Therefore, I may start the next project or temple or whatever. All right. Anyways, so how much is a dance hall?
4.
Is a dance hall going anywhere in this district? Or you said no.
I could put one in actually. I need the smithy to build the foundry, I believe though, so I could replace the tannery
with a dance hall, and I think that would save you 2 BP as well.
I'm just checking if there's any. I'm checking to make sure it does actually have reliance.
Nice, Steve. Nice. That's pretty funny.
Exotic shop is for a town, so can't build that one. Yeah. No, it discounts. It doesn't rely on one. Okay, so actually I should wait on the smithy till after I make the foundry.
Because it gives you a discount on building it?
Yep.
Are any of the other buildings you're looking to make made cheaper by anything?
The graveyard isn't worth worrying about. It's only 2 BP.
Yeah, but is there anything that makes it cheaper that you have?
Oh, a shrine night? But I don't
Don't
think
you have like do you have like a sheet that makes this?
I do.
Like building paths?
Yep, it's on building paths. It says what discounts what. Which shrine doesn't discount it. What buildings do I have? Tell me what buildings I have.
Graveyard is mentioned twice. A temple makes a graveyard cheaper. It also makes monuments and shrines cheaper, so that doesn't help you. All right, what's another building you're looking to make right now?
I don't think I'll have anything that discounts.
Nothing makes houses cheaper.
No.
So,
I don't think I'll have any discounts. I don't have enough buildings for it, which is unfortunate.
Probably not. I honestly can't remember. Even though we just said it, I honestly can't remember all the fucking things we just talked about getting cheaper were.
I probably can't even afford all of that because I have 10 BP coming out for other expenses already. So I think I'll have to take 2 months and then I can start building longer construction processes. Which will be fine actually, because even if I take 3 months to get this undergoing, I could take up to 4 months that I can still get the temple done in 4 months. So it's not that big of a deal.
Well, if you're able to squeeze out from like a good die roll or maybe BP being given to you or what have you.
Yeah, well,
if you're able to squeeze it out, you can literally bang out those 4 buildings next month and be a town moving forward.
The concern is just I'll need BP stored for when I march in December.
No, that makes sense, but you know obviously it's competing priorities, right? And losing the opportunity to have your whole, I mean, also just the base value of the items that your town can produce is more likely for you to find items that your party wants to buy for themselves, so on and so forth is pretty, because right now your base value is 125 gold. Like, you know, poor Jorman can't even make anything proper.
Yeah, well, when he comes back, I will take out a BP and make it and let him make other stuff. Actually, Fortress of the Faith is a separate building, so it's not there. That's where it is. It's a separate section, I think. No,
I'm pretty sure Fortress of the Faith is put on top of another building.
It looks like a castle, I think.
No. So Fortress of the Faith, citadels are built by beliefs, adding pay consumption, So, in addition to paying this consumption cost, reduces unrest by 1 point. So, Fortress of the Faith are put on top of citadels. So, citadels built by belief as much as the mortars that bind them. These are edifices that educate and train fellow followers. See how it doesn't take lot sizes? This is like put onto a citadel.
But I lose all the bonuses from a cathedral, which is unfortunate.
Is that what it says?
Or would you say they stack on top?
Yeah, it's
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Cool. Then yeah, I'm wrong. And it's a cool building. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
But that's in the future. That's probably, I don't know if the game.
Because you pay 80 BP on top of the cost of a citadel, right?
Oh, okay.
And a citadel already costs.
58.
Sorry, cathedral already costs 58. So now you're talking about like more than doubling the cost of the cathedral. So yeah, you get both. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
All right. So which one? Where was the dance hall going to be? On this little blip right here. Just to finish that, we can move on.
Yeah, you can move the house. The new house to. I'm finding
the corner.
Yeah, move it to. You probably don't want a house next to a graveyard.
Take a spot.
No, nothing's gonna go good there, I guess. I'll put the house here.
A dance hall next to the graveyard sounds like a Densho move.
Well, and the dance hall will be here.
Oh, you just fucked it up on me.
I didn't touch anything.
Yeah, you did. House was green and looking pretty, and you ruined it. Dance hall. All right, so this is four, and we're gonna delete. You say which one? The smithy.
Yeah.
And leave the tannery. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Unless you had, which we're not gonna, we're done with this. We've had the conversation, but unless you had another 4 building that you can do, but I don't think there are any other 4 buildings that you're happy with at the moment.
I could just start the library, and I don't think it will matter too much. But I don't know if I'll have the money anyway.
Well, because the following month you can then start working on things like a foundry, which is how much a month?
That's true. Well, foundry is pretty quick actually.
It's 2 months, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 16 total.
So it's not 2 months, then that's at least 3 months, isn't it?
It's 4. It's 4.
Oh, it's 4 months. So it's four. Oh my God, you would use him for a fucking foundry. That way, it's half the cost.
Yeah, but it'd be better if I used it for the. Oh, yeah, he would last long enough for me to still use it on the temple.
He lasts long enough to do anything else afterwards, right? So if you did 1 month of this, and then the following month, if foundry costs you 2 BP a month for 4 months, I have a fucking right. Like that's an amazing choice.
That's pretty solid. Yeah, definitely.
So you just pull this off. If you can scrap up the 4, 8, 12, 18. So this costs you 16 BP now.
I don't think I'll have enough for it, but
I completely get that. And if you don't, you don't. But if you do, cool. All right. Awesome. So that was just an event that led to all this planning. I think it was your second event, right?
Yeah. Hey, it's a little busy. Okay.
Yeah, this is why it's having a bunch of different kingdoms really hard, but hey, it gets involved and it's fun. So, all right, where were we? Snaga. Yeah, that's right, Jorman. So we're supposed to have Jorman return from the Manmasu trip, and in theory, Jorman is supposed to immediately start working on making armor out of the Ashen Boar for Varix, right?
Yeah.
So with him, please remind me why he went to Mamasu. I honestly don't remember.
That was, I think, Jake. I think
Jake wanted to send there?
I think it was something with Jake, yeah. I think it was he went to go like meet with the salamander tribes over there. And like
okay. Cool.
Like I don't know, do something with that, I think. I think that's what it was. But I was like it was like Jake was like, "Hey, can you send Jorman over there?" Oh, okay. No, I have no idea why. The Jake event.
Do me a favor. Have your Hearth Tender already did something for a month, didn't they? Yes, I did.
A week.
Yeah, I was sorry. Did something this month that lasted for a week, so I meant to say sorry. So do me a favor. Roll me a average loyalty. Roll me an average loyalty check with your Hearth Tender. So you have a +7, all in.
Yeah, and to be clear, I did mean lizard folk. I misspoke.
Oh shit! I just completely fucked it. I did it again because I have multiple tabs open. God damn it!
Oh, you left that. You left the game. I'll wait.
Yeah.
You can see the rolls.
So frustrating when I do that.
It's an average. Oh, can't wait to roll 1 and fail. Lizard folk tribes of the factory was sent at the show. Yeah, that's what I said. Like, work with the lizard folk. All right, am I good to roll?
No.
Okay.
It's all fucked for a minute.
It's all fucked. Good job, Scott.
Thanks. Hey, that's fun. I was just staring at our faces for a minute. I had to grab an overlay while I fix this. God damn it. So annoying when I click that. It's like I wish you could almost like disable an X on a tab. You know what I mean?
True.
Like
but Joey, I clearly misspoke when I said salamander. I meant lizard folk. Because the only salamanders we know about live in my volcano, so
okay, it's Firefox. Roll 20 chat. Firefox. Okay.
I have so many fidget toys nowadays. I took them all from my house when I left. I just took all the fidget toys.
Oh, I think I fixed it. All right, cool. There we are. All right, give me 2 seconds. You can roll this die roll. I don't even 100% remember what you're rolling for because I just goddamn did that. But you can roll because chat remembers.
It's a plus. I'm rolling against a 12.
Oh, that's right.
I critically succeed.
Absolutely crush it. Cool. So what this was for was there were a lot of rumors talking about Jorman leaving at the behest of the Varix, then coming back and immediately starting to craft an item for Varix. Not too long ago, he crafted an item for Varix. Don't forget about the fact that Varix, the spine thing.
His most recent item that he crafted was for me.
Sure. Cool. Don't forget, Varix also came to your city and murdered somebody. Like, so there's again, there's more rumors going around again about like more or less you being Varix's little bitch, but you critically succeeded. So a success would have made you aware of the situation, and then you would have had to handle it separately. A critical success, you absolutely handled the situation as it is. It is completely solved. There is nothing for you to worry about. Problem solved.
Yeah.
Done.
They get a loyalty.
You have a +1.
It's a permanent event mod
because they turned it around and yes it is. They turned it around and they made it a situation where it was like, oh, what I'm doing is I'm upholding my XYZ with Varix, just like how Varix murders the people who invade our lands from his, right? Like, so there's like this big, they twisted around to something to be for your benefit.
Hey, I really wanted that +1 there because it bumped my loyalty to 72, so I get +2 to mod for loyalty events now.
Well, Jake, the concern isn't whether or not Varix is a fucking top bloke. The concern is whether or not Tessel is well, you get the you get the idea.
Range.
So I mean, I didn't say that shit. That was all you, bro.
You implied it. Implication.
I allowed people to take whatever interpretation they wanted to take. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. fucking politician over here.
That's right. You can vote for me. Brittany and I are excited. We have primaries next Tuesday. So in a week. Primaries in a week. So, question. Isn't if... there you go. Yes, there you go. So does German have any news from Amasu? Been a while since we last saw him in RP. I don't know if he has any news from Amasu off the top of my head. I will get back to you on that one.
Because you didn't think about this.
Yeah. We just spent the past hour and a half talking about building. So back to you for half a tick here, sir. Could you go ahead and roll his crafting to craft that item for Varix?
He takes a 15.
How often can you do that?
Once a month.
Oh, okay, cool. Can you work on multiple items at a time? Can you work on multiple items at a time?
You work on like 2 at a time, yeah.
Yeah. So, but either way, so he's going to
it's
auto take a 15.
It's every 3 months you can activate the building, the thing. So there you go. It's so the auto takes a 15.
Viking.
So
what does it give him for a total?
I'll put in chat. He gets a.
And what is he crafting for him? Is this isn't magical?
Armor.
This is just an item, right?
Well, I think there's some expectation. So how many events do I have left? Actually, is a good question.
It's hard to answer. Let's say.
Well,
let's say 3.
Okay, so Lenny may spend like a. No, probably not.
I wouldn't worry about. I wouldn't worry about Lenny. Aside from Lenny's research, which you want to do.
Yeah.
And I think that's taking up. But go ahead.
No, that was like background research he's done over 3 months.
Yep. So Lenny's actually free.
He was crafting. So the idea is that Jorman could potentially tap into the natural magics of the Ashen Boar's hide, and when he's crafting something that it has some sort of like a special material or something that enhances the armor in some way, shape, or form, was the concept behind it. Whether it does or not, that's up to you, of course, right?
Yeah, but he can actually craft magic armor. Isn't armor like his specialty?
Armor is his specialty, yes.
And can you bloop the ability that makes his caster level there? I think it's a class ability or some shit.
He's caster level 5.
So is it just caster level 5?
Yeah, it's his he's caster level 6. It's his ranks in craft. That is. It's
what kind of armor is he supposed to be crafting for Jake? Like, I don't even know what kind of armor Jake wears.
Well, it's tell me what armor he's wearing. I'll tell you what armor he's crafting. It's Master Craftsman, that's what it is.
Where is Douchey McDoucherson? Then show. Here we go.
I'll pull up hide armors and see what's best for him. What's his dex too? I need to know that.
Give me 1 second. It just loads very slowly.
No, you're good. I was just making it known so I can pull up the armor list.
All right, and it's almost unloading. All right, his dex is a +1, and his current armor, to be clear, is breastplate.
Breastplate. Oh, we can get.
And he added something on there called ceremonial. That might be like an extra trait. Yeah. No. So the armor is breastplate, but ceremonial I think was like one of those extra features that you can add on to armors if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Change their overall cost.
What you let him do is me and Nick had to wear ceremonial light armor, but Jake got away with wearing ceremonial breastplate armor instead because of his being Dash Orc. That's what it was. So it has to be a hide-based armor, presumably, right? Since it's hide. And I think the best hide-based armor is not great. Yeah, there's nothing, well, I guess he could probably sew it in with metal, right? It's pretty reasonable. So it could be like a type of brigander. You know what I mean?
Here we go. So this is, give me 1 second. I just want to get something correct for you. A single, enough plating to produce. Here we go. So because the creature itself is supposed to be incredibly tough, like you have to imagine, like they're supposed to be very tough creatures, not something that's easily just like slapped around and killed. They have very hard hide. That hide can be used
it had
to
like
benefit.
DR 10 or something, or DR 20. It was insane.
Do you remember what its AC was? Wasn't it like 20 something?
No, I think it had a relatively. It had like a medium AC, I think, but it had like 20 DR or some shit insane like that.
Yeah.
So like.
Which is why it's like it should almost have like plating to it, or like it can be used for better armors than just basic hide. Because it's gonna be significantly tougher, right?
Does he have proficiency in heavy armor?
By the way, if you're making a hide armor, doesn't he technically have to have a tannery to make a hide armor?
Well,
or can he do that at your capital?
He can do that in my capital current. He can do that in my Infinity Tower right now. I have a tannery there.
I thought you did. Okay, cool.
So, I am prepared. I'm thinking. Kiko armor is still metal. It's very metal. It's metal interwoven with cloth.
Jake probably can't wear heavy, right? No.
No, he's probably not proficient.
Yeah. He currently wears breastplate, which is what, a plus. Joey, what are those things called that you can add on to armors? Attachments, adjustments, alterations, modifications.
There's weapon modifications. I don't know if there's armor modifications.
There are.
They would be in the armor tab.
Yep, there are.
Well, the armored kill is something different. There they are. Burnished, deflecting. It might.
Bladed.
I'm opening all of them. Burnished is not good. Deflecting.
Okay, that's what I was looking for right here.
And
so
deflecting.
Only 1,000. No, look at double plated. Yeah. So if you imagine he more or less took this hide and made more or less like a double plated breastplate version out of it, right? Because how tough the hide is.
The drawback makes it. Oh, unless you're ignoring the drawback. The drawback makes it one tier heavier, so it would count as heavy armor.
Oh yeah, heavy armor modification added is too restrictive without use of. Gotcha.
It would go from medium to heavy armor, which he couldn't wear.
Yeah, that would be foolish. That would not be good for him. That's annoying. I mean, I have another way of going about this too.
All the modifications are kind of bad because they have a pretty significant drawback for a not great bonus. Like you have to lose 5 foot of movement, which is pretty rough when you're already at 20.
I have a way of going about this slightly differently.
We can. Do you have like maybe a what do you call it? A special material or whatever?
A way of going about it slightly different. No, not a special material. It's already inside there. Like this is the special material. It's the Baron's boar hide. And it makes the DC very high to craft with, right? Because of how hard the stuff is to work with.
Yeah, the 34.
Yeah. But he's going to succeed, of course. But that being said, is literally hide armor, which is worse armor, right? It's only a 4/4 -3, which is no question worse than breastplate. However, it offers the character wearing it DR, similar to how the boar had DR while fighting it, right? So the boar actually had DR piercing, which means that slashing and bludgeoning weapons were reduced, and piercing ignored it. So more or less, Jake wearing the armor would get that as like a layer over his body, which would make sense. So it's literally hide armor, but he would have DR5 added on to him of piercing. So because he already has an intrinsic DR on his character, which is 2, piercing is 2, but against slashing and bludgeoning, it would be a 5, which is again significantly better. Because you don't take one added on top of the other one. They're not cumulative. They're
you take the highest,
take the greater. Yeah. So that would actually be, and I don't think Jake would mind if his AC was slightly reduced for that, right? And when I say slightly reduced, I mean Jorman can actually make this a magic item. He can make it a +1 item. So therefore,
you only have -1.
Exactly. And if you're talking about ACP, breastplate is a -4. He's actually going to bring it down to a -2, which is nice. I don't think he deals with ASF though, does he?
No, he does not.
Okay, gotcha. And were there any other hide or armor building aspects or whatever that we talked about before, special material aspects that we could incorporate beyond what I just discussed?
Although, yeah, you couldn't really count this as horn, laminar horn. Let me, I'll pull up the special materials tab. What is that under?
Oh, he's talking about horn? Oh, lamellar horn. Gotcha. It's more or less like horn put inside of leather. Yeah. But I mean, like, I wouldn't use horn for it, no.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I like the idea of it being slightly worse armor, but with that added benefit, you know?
Yeah, DR5's nice.
And then it would also have like a diplomacy / intimidation sort of factor too, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so. I could definitely see people who know of the Ashen Boar, you have a bonus to checks.
Yeah. Was there anything else in armor modifications that were fun? That gave it like the ceremonial bit? Like where did the phrase ceremonial come from?
That's a specific armor. So if you go to the armors, if you scroll all the way up to the top in light armor, there is Silken ceremonial armor.
No, I know that.
So what you let Jake do,
but there's also parade armor too.
Yeah, well, what you let Jake have, instead of me and Nick had to wear ceremonial armor, Jake was allowed to wear a breastplate that was ceremonial because he was the Ashen Orc. So when he was up there, instead of being
it was like his grandfather's armor or whatever it was.
Yeah, so instead of being in just +1 armor, he was in his whole breastplate. So he had a bunch more AC if he got attacked.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's why it was like that.
The DR is the material, Joey. Why do you ask? The DR is literally just the quality of the material, which is why the DC is very, very high for doing it.
Yeah, and I assume this couldn't be counted as like lamlar leather at all, because that's technically a better armor.
Lamellar leather? Yeah. Oh, it could be. Yeah, you can go with light armor instead. Sure. I mean, I don't know how it's a better armor. Oh, because he doesn't care about it's lighter. And he doesn't care about the dex for him. Yeah.
And he gets to move faster, which is a big thing.
Yeah. Yep. No, I would be perfectly fine with lamellar leather instead of it being hide. The only difference is that lamellar leather is more processed than hide, so you're gonna lose a lot of the.
So that's up to Jake whether he wants the aesthetics of the Ashen Boar's hide, or if he wants the armor to be basically fastened better so he can move easier. It's like the difference.
So Joey, to answer your question, what kind of magical effect? Pathfinder has a rule: all magic arms and armor have to have +1 before anything else can be applied onto it. That's just the rules.
I'm gonna be honest.
It has to be +1.
Most armor enchantments are kind of bad.
I mean, there are some pretty cool ones, but it has to be +1 before anything else can be applied. You can't have armor that's not +1 but gives you like glamour. It has to be +1 first.
Yeah, and
that's raw.
He's not high enough caster level, I think, to make +2 armor.
I think
he might be actually just be.
No, I think your caster level has to be 8.
That's for weapons.
No, I'm pretty sure it's the same for both of them. Because it works based off of so Pathfinder magic vestments.
Yeah.
Is kind of like literally like the baseline of it, if I remember correctly. And so magic vestments it's a 3rd level spell, and it adds +1 enhancement bonus to your armor per 4 caster levels to the maximum of +5 at level. So that means at level 8 or caster level 8, you can do a +2.
Well, for enhancements, it's a bit different calculation, I believe.
Let's look at Pathfinder magic item creation. No,
really
let's look at it. It does.
Because otherwise you could, because your max is a +10 to your weapon, you can never get to that if it was that restrictive with special effects. +5 in terms of bonus, +10 in terms of special abilities, plus bonus.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. But +10 weapons are usually made by epic people. Those are epic level items.
Yeah. No, but that. Yeah, of course. But like otherwise, you'd be level 20 to make a +5 total.
Yep.
Or close to
which would make sense because it'd be epic level, right? But here we go. Weapon bonus enhancement. It literally says bonus squared is the cost. This is the cost, but where's a caster level for it?
Armor bonus might be different, is what I'm saying. That's all.
Yep. Trying to figure it out. Crafting magical armor. So the creator's caster level. Oh, here it is. We actually have the answer. It's just 3 times the enhancement bonus. Boom.
So, which would be level 6, you could do a total of +2.
So if an item has both an enhancement bonus and a special ability, the higher of the 2 caster level requirements must be met, which is fine. Magic item, magic shield +1. So he actually could do a +2 item.
Yeah. Which I thought so.
Cool. So that actually answers. I was wrong on that one, which is cool. What is spell scribed armor?
You can put it. You can store a spell in the armor, and you could cast it.
Oh, that's cool. So like you can put scrolls or whatever inside there.
Yeah, but I don't think Lenny has scribe scroll. So.
Yeah, he's not a legit wizard yet.
You made him an arcanist.
And what is his Jorman's caster level for weapons? I know that's lesser than armor, right?
I think it's the same level. But you can only make +1 weapons. Period.
That's right. That's how it works. Yeah. So because he's more of an armor person, so he can actually make Jake +2 armor. So it's the same exact ace armor bonus if need be, which is fine. Yeah. So maximum of +1. Yeah, which is cool. Make the armor deathless or spell storing. I have to look it up. I honestly don't remember these answers off the top of my head.
You can't do spell storing. No one has scribe scroll or brew potion. So.
There's nobody that can be borrowed that has scribe scroll or brew potion amongst the kingdoms.
Oh, what do you call it?
And did you look at Lenny's character sheet to confirm?
I'll look at it, but he's not a wizard, so unless you pick the feat.
Yep. I mean, I just want to make sure that we're correct on this. That's all.
No, he has craft wondrous item and craft magic arms and armor, so he can actually make a plus. He can't even make +2 weapons yet.
Who can't?
He can. Lenny.
Oh yeah, Lenny can't. That's fine. All right, so if you're looking at +1 armor enhancement bonus things, there's warding, staunching, spell storing, mirrored, impervious. What's impervious do? Grinding sounds fun. Fortification light is a sexy one. I'm not sure what deathless does. Defiance, dastard, champion, bolstering, bitter, balanced, poison resistance, and benevolent. Benevolent's just expensive. It's not actually a modifying one. So impervious it's just harder to break the armor. Meh.
Yeah.
Fortification is 25% chance for critical hits or whatever, but it requires limited wish or spell or miraculous spells. Can't be done.
Well, you could do it without the spell requirement. It just increases the DC.
Oh, fair enough. Death Ward makes it so that the armor absorbs the first 10 points of positive or negative energy damage per attack that the wearer would normally take. Has a 25% chance to ignore negative levels from any attack. That's cool. It does not block healing. That's cool.
Yeah, but +2 armor is just better than a lot of these bonuses. That's the biggest thing.
I mean, is it though?
5% AC difference is pretty important when we have pretty low AC. Well, Jake doesn't, but everyone else does.
Jake could probably like spell storing. You know what I mean?
What level spell could it store? Is a question.
3rd level spell. Can store a single touch spell of up to 3rd level inside of it.
Single touch spell.
Yep. Oh, creator must have a caster level of at least 12. Boom. Shut down. Warding. Once ready to be action, activate it.
Yeah, you can't circumvent the special notes, I believe. Everything else can be circumvented for a higher DC. Yeah, none of them are worth it, I don't think. Jay could decide later, but...
Yeah, Jay can decide it. That's fine. The skill check was already done for making it. And then how long it takes is, what is it, 1 day per 1,000 gold pieces? And mind you, Jake still has to pay for it.
Yeah.
Like, he still has to pay the base costs.
He might not even pay the +2, because you can always upgrade it later. So
base price is what, 4,000, but you pay half of that to craft it, right? But not that. But Jorman's not going to not make a profit off of it. That'd be stupid, you know. So the base price is Jorman's able to craft it, which gives you guys access to items that you otherwise wouldn't have access to. But it's not like it's a free item being given to him.
I assume as the warlord, I get my items at base cost because I'm subsidizing him in other ways.
I'm not saying otherwise. That's you. Okay. That's a character in your kingdom. That's literally one of your special characters.
Yeah, I'm just.
But this is going to the other kingdoms. They don't get the same full benefit.
Hey, they can get screwed. Not my problem. You want to do like the 75% off?
My apologies. I wasn't listening.
So you get 75% off the base price. So instead of half off, they're paying 25% more than the crafting cost.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're doubling the slightly modified base cost, right?
Well, you take the if it's 4,000, you times it by 0.75. Makes it very simple.
Yep. But it's not going to be 4,000. It's 4,150 plus the cost of the armor, which if we're going with hide armor is another 15, so 4,165 plus the material of the object that they're doing. What's up?
It's laminar leather, so it's 60 gold.
That's if we're doing laminar. That's Jake's choice.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, yes. All right. Last thing I need to look up for this, and then we can move on away from this this whole conversation. By the way, I do like the deathless as an option. To be clear, Joey, I think that was a good option.
It's cool, but I don't know. 5% difference in AC, I think, is really good.
I like the deathless because that could be like negative levels and all that stuff can be absolutely devastating.
We can't restore. We don't have restoration, so yeah, we'd be kind of fucked.
So
if they're permanent. No, double plated's bad. It takes it makes it a I guess you could double plate the laminar leather actually.
But that would make it that's true. I would make it heavier and then
make
back into medium armor. Yeah.
That's fine. Well, because then he'd get no speed difference.
I'd actually be fine with that too. I just left that page, so I'll check it back up in a second.
Well, the biggest thing is that if he wants the leather refined or not is the deciding factor between it. But he would get +1 AC. So he would actually be at 5 AC. So it would be only 1 less if he had breastplate +2 in comparison.
Excuse me one second. I'm doing a search through something that has 84 iterations. So I just want to double check something.
But +2 armor is expensive. It's like 8,000 gold, which we don't really have.
No. That's weapons. Armors is 4,000. Weapons are way more expensive.
Oh, you're right. +1 weapons 4,000. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I should get my shield and armor upgraded to +2.
So remember Sunsilk for me, okay?
Sunsilk, okay.
Just because we have to apply a value to this for how much he actually has to pay for it. I'm almost done at 71 of 84. Ooh,
on the special materials, I see.
Yeah, so if you look up Sunsilk. Yeah. Oh, hold on. No. There's Arania Silk is another option.
Sunsilk, Arania Silk?
Yep, and then there's Arania Silk. So if you just look up silk. And we are at the bottom here. Okay. So going back to Arania Silk. Arania Silk. Hey, what's up, Messi? Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the sloppy raid.
The Arania Silk is third party. If you,
But the idea is that the item offers a DR3 slashing and bludgeoning, which means that it only stops piercing weapons. And I could be worn under, but it adds 1,150 gold. Hey, that's actually a really cool idea of something to get to compensate for the lack of. Anyways, so going back to the other one there, the other silk one.
Sun Silk.
Yeah, Sun Silk. So this one adds DR2 bludgeoning. So the same idea. You're stopping only it's 2 out of the 3 instead of only 1 out of the 3 options.
Well, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the cost for these materials is to acquire the material. It would probably be less because we already have the material. We're not paying for it.
Oh no, I'm not disputing that, but that doesn't change the value of the item involved.
Oh yeah, that's just the time to craft. Yeah, I 100% on board. I'm just saying. So Jake doesn't have to pay 6,000 gold or something for the DR.
And when Jake pays for it, mind you, it's not like that money's going into the ether. That money then goes to Jorman to fund other projects.
So he can craft weapons and sell them.
So he can craft other things, right? Like this isn't something that's going to the ether. So Jorman will charge full price, but also have that money to craft other things. But when I say full price, the way it's supposed to be is double the crafting cost, but the crafting cost is reduced for Jorman. And if you want to incorporate that as part of Jake acquired his own fucking material, I'm fine with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so, I think that's fair.
So Sunsilk adds the cost of 6,000 to a garment or armor. And mind you, that's for DR2, not 5. So I could definitely see this being a very, very valuable item, and Jorman just doesn't charge for that, which is fine, but it does add for how long it takes to craft it. So that
it'll be a long time.
Probably close to a month to craft this whole thing.
No. More.
So more? Why? Isn't it 1,000 gold pieces a day?
Because you craft in silver pieces per day.
When you deal with magic items, it's just 1,000 gold per day.
But he has to make the armor first, which is in silver pieces.
Fair.
Which I want to talk about to start changing that because it's absurdly long.
No, it's supposed to be absurdly long. That makes sense. Like, how long does it take to make plate mail in real life? And in D&D, it's still insanely fast. It's like a month and a half in D&D.
It's probably longer than that.
It's silver pieces per day, but it's gold pieces per week. And you're supposed to do the checks per week, technically. But you can break it down to per day if you want to do things quicker. Well,
the thing is, he takes a 15 on any related check.
How often?
For the entire crafting process. He can only do it once per 3 months, but he just takes a 15 for the whole crafting process.
So you just do four instead of 7, and you just make it gold pieces instead of silver pieces, and it solves the problem.
Well, it takes. I'm pulling up the crafting rules. It takes like a.
So the core crafting rules is not by day; it's by week, and it's gold pieces. If I remember correctly.
Yeah. I have it calculated somewhere on my sheet how much you can craft in a day.
But either way, it's gonna take a long ass time to craft.
It's gonna
so
take
I imagine
a lot of months.
Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. So in short, it's gonna take a long time for him to craft this armor for Jake. But it's gonna be. But Jake's gonna pay a few thousand gold pieces for it, several thousand gold pieces for it, and then Jorman can take that money and start working on more important projects.
Can you give me a total cost so I can tell you how long it'll take later?
For the basic or the magic part?
The basic part. Magic part's not important.
Let's say that the DR5, because if a 2 is 6,000, for something that's raw, let's say a DR5 is 20,000.
20,000. Is that including in it the masterwork cost?
20,150, and let's just call it 20,200.
That's gonna be done in like a year and a half.
I mean, armor is supposed to take a long time.
Yeah, oh god, Jake, you won't see that armor for the game. That's a post-game thing you get. Oh, yeah, we can move on. Get it done doesn't matter, Joey. 3 months in the grand scheme of things, if it's going to take over a year, why?
What's the math? What's the math on it?
I haven't done it yet. I'll have to figure it out later. It's going to be complicated.
Is it really?
Yeah. No, but I just have to find the page, and it's very annoying to find.
Give me half a tick. So it's crafting, and then make something. So you break it down. So there's the silver piece thing, raw materials, and that's what per day, right? So if he's taking a 15, his total result is what? Unmodified.
So crafting a masterwork item has a 50% increase in time units in addition to normal cost. That's 50% longer. based on base cost. What DC would you set for this to have?
So you pay 1/3. So make the appropriate craft skill. Multiply your check result by the DC. If the result if the result times the DC equals the price in silver pieces, then okay. So if we're saying that it is 22,000.
No, 20,000.2. 20.2 thousand. 20,200, not 22,000.
Yeah, so 20200.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking, but I did. Oh, I hear what I said wrong now. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So to craft masterwork items is usually a DC 20. You can willingly increase the DC to make things craft faster. So you can add a 10 to it. What can he get if he takes a 15?
So first, special materials add a modifier. So adamantine adds a +6 to the DC. Darkwood +2. Dragonhide +4. Maybe consider this like Dragonhide. So add 4 to the DC.
Yep, I'm fine with that. Sure. So instead of a 20, it's a 24. And then if you're intentionally trying to craft it faster, you add a 10 to that.
He meets 34 exactly.
And he can do that consistently?
He takes a 15 for the whole crafting process.
Okay, so what is 34 times 34? Equals 1,156. So 1,156 times 30 for a month. Okay. And then we take a 10 off of that. That means 1 month of crafting is 3,468 in value.
Okay.
Okay. And that's assuming he's not doing anything to enhance the speed any further, right? Like he might. I don't have German pulled up, but I know we had a bunch of other stuff on him.
I don't think he can do anything else like that.
He's on Shadow. Advisor. Patreon.
Dragonhide increases the DC. That's the only reason we mentioned it. Is it Master Craftsman maybe? No. Maybe cooperative crafting. You can add +2 to his craft check if someone's helping him. Oh, the value of that craft. Oh no, he can assist someone else. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
What's cooperative crafting?
It's him helping someone else craft something.
Is that like a special ability? I didn't see where it popped up.
It's a feat.
Oh, so what is this? This allows you guys to fulfill like spellcraft and shit like that. Like it allows people to add value to it. Craft spellcraft tricks making you assist, and your assistant doubles the GP value of items that can be crafted each day, which is pretty cool. All right. You can volunteer. We already did that, Ashen, to increase it by 10.
I don't know what you're adding me for. Yeah, he has to get it done, but I figure how long it takes for us to see if it's worth doing. That's all.
Yeah. I agree with that one. You don't need to do it yet if you're not even close to being done yet. Okay, cool. So Master Craftsman is the one where it's he can take a 15, but just for that 1 month. So you definitely want to get it done if you're using that ability, right?
It's no. It says for all dice rolls required. All required.
Yeah, but it says 0 out of 3 per day at the top there. That's the cooldown time. You guys have those on all of your characters.
Yeah. No, but we talked about this before. You agreed that if once I use it, it applies to the whole crafting process.
Oh, it's for the item. You are 100% correct. It is for the duration of the item. Otherwise, it would be useless for very valuable items. We talked about that beforehand. Yes, that is true. And then he has a 3-month cooldown afterwards. Yes.
Yes. So it starts refreshing once he's done with the item. So it's 346 gold a month. Right?
No, 3,600 and you
that's
said
silver.
300.
Oh, you're right.
No.
3,000. Yep. For 6-8, so a month. Okay. So what is 20 divided by 3, 4, 6, 8?
Doesn't one of your characters have the ability to consistently offer him a +5 with like a crafting spell on him? Doesn't Lenny have that spell? Didn't we do that? Like the crafting boon?
I don't remember what spell. He had such not great spells. I just kind of.
I thought we explicitly chose that spell for him because it was something that was beneficial to him. Because they were supposed to craft stuff together. Harvest parts.
if he can stop by every 5 days, he can add a +5 luck check on the next craft skill check.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that applies for a long-term process, though.
No, that absolutely would. Every 5 days, Lenny pops in and does that. So long as you don't send Lenny on a task this month, that's going to send him away from the city. As long as he's able to stay in the same city as Jorman, you have no, and he can do all the other stuff that he needs to do. You have no problems.
Well,
and mind you, his castle, his which thing is going in your current capital, not your future capital, and Jorman's crafting in your current capital, not your future capital. So it works out. Cool.
If he doesn't have to do anything.
I don't think he does. I genuinely don't. I'm looking at the things you have to do here, and I don't think he does.
Well, I'll do the math later. I'll figure it out off the stream how long everything will take, because otherwise.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to finish the math for you real quick, assuming he gets the +5. Nothing else can give him any bonuses from anybody or anything, correct?
I don't believe so. I guess Lenny.
Oh, if you hired people to assist him, skilled laborers, they can give him a consistent +2. What's up?
If Lenny isn't doing anything else, he could also just be there helping him craft check, doing aid another.
Is Lenny that good?
He's +10. That's all you need.
Oh, he would just, again, taking a 10 would be a 20. He would give him a +3. Yeah. So let's pretend for a second that Lenny is literally just casting that spell once every 5 days and aiding him as a flat 20 because he's taking a 10 to help him the whole time. So it's a 42 instead of a 34 is with a +6, right? No, with a +8. Yeah. So 42 times 34 is this?
No, but we can add 5 to the DC and still make it. So we can.
You can't add 5 more. You have to do it by 10s.
Oh, is it by 10s? Okay, cool.
Yeah, by 10s only.
So that's and that's
give me 1 second. Right here, I have the answer for you. So that means he can do 4,284 gold pieces per oh, chat can't see that stuff. I'm sorry, guys.
Per week.
Because I have this stupid thing on. Per week.
Per month, actually.
Sorry, per month. And then if you did get it done, you would have 4,284 0 times 3 for 3 months.
Also, I think what do you call it? I think a masterwork item takes 50% longer to craft.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I think it's a masterwork item takes 50% longer to craft.
Oh no, this is all done in the math here, so we're good to go. So let's do this by times 5. I'm gonna get rid of that 0 for simplicity.
Well, no, so because it just says on the masterwork and special materials each stack 50% in time units. Oh, that might be for just the. Never mind.
Okay. So
that's because if you took like a longsword where it just says how long it takes, it would just say multiply it by 50% instead of doing a bunch of math.
So to finish this off, it would take 5 months, but if you just get it done, it would take 3 + 2 is 3 months, right? To actually accomplish this, right? So, but again, and just to button off the conversation, he was able to consistently hit a 34 on his own. If there was any way, because let's say Lenny is able to dedicate his time, he automatically offers a +3. Let's say that he's able to cast a spell, automatically offers a 5, that's a +8. If there was any other way that you could find to consistently give him 2 more of a bonus that would additionally stack as well, that would actually allow him to increase the numbers even more, working with a 44 times 44, which is this for the base.
I can't think of anything else that would add to it.
Yeah. I mean, I can't either, but I was just one of those.
I will just use get it done then here for this, so he can get all those bonuses, because Lenny won't be available like this probably consistently in the future. So
it's that one chance that you have to do it, because Lenny's usually one of the most busy ones.
Yeah.
You can get it done in 2 months if you were able to pull that shit off, maybe even less than 2 months. So lend them the Ion Stone?
No.
For months, you get to be dumber. I'm just going to click on...
It's +1, which isn't really enough.
What's Jorman's Sacred plus Master a Crafting Tool?
That's already in the check.
But a Master a Crafting Tool offers you what? A +2 circumstance bonus?
Yeah.
Does anybody have Craft Wondrous Item?
Lenny does.
Lenny does.
Yeah.
His craft wondrous item.
He has craft wondrous. Yeah.
Okay. Pathfinder.
I don't have
items.
The money.
The only reason why I know. But the only reason why I'm knuckling in on this is because this affects more than just Jake's armor. This also affects like stuff that because literally right after Jake's armor is done, all the attention's going back to you, right? Like fuck the rest of them. Nick got his weapon already. Jake gets his armor, and now the focus goes to you. So it's actually important for you in the future.
Magic armor is really quick to make though, which isn't a concern.
Except for this one.
Oh well, that's because you have to make the whole set of armor, right?
Yeah.
Making the suit of armor is actually is a long process.
Give me half a tick. What was I just about to look up? Oh yeah, I remember what I was looking up. So Control F. What the fuck? Control F plus. Okay. Give me a second here. I'm just trying to find. Come on. Oh, that's right. This won't let me do it that way. Damn it. All right, go back up. So things that offer. So usually items that offer. Fuck, this won't do it that way. So there are magic items that offer like a plus bonus to. I'm trying to think of an example of an item that gives you +5 to a skill. Like that's actually a thing.
Yeah.
Like the cloak of elven kind.
Yeah, or like the gloves of a healer.
Yeah, healer's gloves. Let's do healers. Healer's gloves. Here's an example. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Very much. So, gloves of the healer requires spell status and true strike. Must have 5 ranks in heal. But realistically, the cost to create it is only 1,500 gold pieces. It's a 3,000 gold piece item. It caster level's 5. What is Lenny's effective caster level?
5.
So boots of the elven kind, which also offer you a +5, right? That's same thing. And it's in the magic item section. What? Continue.
In the magic item section, they actually have a price index.
That's right, they do. Sorry, it's just been a hot minute since I've had to do these things.
Yeah, crafting magic. Like I like to play a magic item crafter in a game, not a crafter in a game, because crafting takes way too fucking long to make anything worthwhile.
Unless you play that special class that we talked about beforehand.
Yeah, there's a class that makes it not like horrifyingly long. But
yeah. So for the crafting of a skill bonus competence. So we have to check. Masterwork items offer circumstance bonus or competence bonus.
I believe it's circumstance.
Okay.
The all-purpose tool, I think, is one of them. No, that might be 5e.
So literally just look at like masterworked medical kit or masterworked climber's kit or whatever it is.
Or masterwork instrument. Is what do you call it? My instrument boy has one. It's a +2 instrument. A masterwork instrument provides a circumstance, so it only adds a +3, not a.
So the skill bonus stacks with its competence and circumstance.
Oh, competence! Yeah. So that's a +5. Cool. I'll make I'll make that for Lenny. He could do it with the money he gets from Jake, actually, to get that Lenny to make him that.
So the point I'm getting to is, in theory, if you actually wanted to make things quicker, if Lenny made the magic item first, which because magic items only take it only takes 3 days. Lenny can make the magic item prior to making that, and it would work, but Lenny would have to have the 1,500 gold pieces to do it.
If I could spend a BP on it right now, I would.
I'm fine. Did you have the BP at the end of your kingdom thing, though, or no?
Could I...
Oh, you did at the very, very, very end. Yeah, after your... Yeah, you could spend a BP to have 2,000 gold pieces to give to Lenny. You keep 500 for yourself?
No, I don't. I had 0 before I rolled taxes.
No, after taxes you would give it to him, and that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would just give it to him and not take any of the money, because otherwise it costs me an unrest. Actually, you know what? I'll take an unrest. Fuck it. I don't care. I'll take an unrest. And I will take the 500.
Okay. And you don't have to take it on rest because you're using it on one of your advisors, right? Isn't that how it works?
Oh, but if I take the money.
No. It's for an advisor personally. So yeah, that
well,
doesn't.
I think if I was giving it to Jorman, I think it would be fine, because Jorman works for the clan.
No, same thing. It does because like if you took a magic item to give to even your general before he goes to war, it still would cost it because it's the rich are feeding themselves. You know what I mean?
Well, I would count it anyway if I was going to keep any of the money, which I will. So I would count it as an arrest anyway. So I think we're on the same page. So I get 500, and Lenny can make that, and then he can do these checks.
Yep, and then he has the +5 to it. And sorry, just finishing something out. So the only last rule to it is you have to have at least a 1 rank in the skill. You have to have the number of plus that you're offering. You have to have at least that many ranks in the skill, and you have to have at least that as your caster level. If it's gonna be a +5 item, what
for skills too?
So where's Lenny's sheet? Let me see if I can just answer this in a simple way.
Is that special or is that a required?
It's a requirement, but that's okay because we have a way around this. Just give me half a tick and I can answer this question. I can solve this. I just need to Roll20 is very slow. I've complained to them multiple times and they said, I hope you enjoy that dick because you're eating it. So Jorman Lenny only has 1 rank in craft weapons.
Yes,
cooperative crafting feat. So he actually has 6 ranks. So he can provide those ranks for Lenny and then turn around and blah, 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 right? So we are actually crafting Lenny. Are you ready for this? Not a hammer. Because he already has a special hammer. We craft him a special anvil.
Yeah, it's legit.
Right? Like we like a special equipment for armor smithing or armor crafting, whatever it is, right? So that actually works very, very well. So now let's get these numbers solidified. It was a 34. The new magic item that you just suffered a BP for, unrest for.
I'll add the item to sheet.
And the 5 from the spell being, so it's a competence bonus of 5, a luck bonus of 5. What does aid another offer?
Plus
I think it's,
2.
I think it's unnamed though.
Oh, it might be unnamed, or it might be circumstance.
If it's circumstance, then that doesn't stack with the hammer.
And this is only to craft armor, right?
Correct. Unnamed benefit from aid another.
Cool. So I'm gonna put +5 on Jorman's character sheet.
Yep.
As a temp as well, I guess.
No, is that what the other one is under? Temp?
Yeah, because he might always be in the.
Yep. Then make it a 7. So 5. So it's a 12 higher, which means he actually has a 46. Because he's a 46, you can take the DC 24 and make it a 44. So now we're starting this math all over. And now we officially have the numbers here. Okay? These are the official numbers. 46 is the automatic result every day against a DC of 44. That gets us this result in silver pieces daily. When you put that across 30 months, you have 2024 times 30 days is... And I understand we have to add 3 days at the end. That's fine. We don't care about 3 days at the end. That could be added. This is just for simplicity. So this is how many silver pieces in 1 month. If you use get her done,
times 3.
That's going to be the 60720 times 3 gets you to that many silver pieces.
So it takes 2 months.
So that's 1 month, and then because in theory, it could be faster than that, right? So the second month is done in the middle of the month.
Yep.
So hold on, how many days would that be?
Times the check would be lower because Lenny might not be there.
So what's the number we actually needed to hit? 22,000?
20,20200.
All right, I'm just give me 1 second. 20200. Because that is, but that's gold pieces, not silver, right?
Yep. So yeah, the time's up.
Add another 0. Add another 0. Take away 1,82160 is that divided by how many do you do a day? 2024 is another 9 days plus. So let's call it 10 days plus the 3 days to make the item plus the enchanting is another 4 days after that. So 17 days later. So it take you a month and a half 1 month and 17 days to complete the item.
Yeah.
That's solid. Cool. Assuming Lenny.
Well,
that means that's assuming Lenny helps next month too.
Oh, well, yeah, but we can, it won't take too drastically much longer. Wait, Lenny provides a +2, right?
3, as well as spells.
What's his turn? Oh, the spells. Well, he could give it at least 5 days next month. What's the check without the +3?
I'm not going to go through that math again.
46. It's 46.
So you have to assume that.
Well, we can assume if Lenny can't help at the beginning of next month, it's not that big a deal. It'll just be done like 2 weeks in or 3 weeks in.
Yeah, exactly. We just more or less have to stretch it out to the end of the month instead. But more or less, if you assume Lenny is only available for a 1-week event next month, then you're fine. Yeah, cool.
All right.
And then Jorman can actually start the next project after that. All right, we finally are using Jorman for something good, and other things will craft so much faster. It's just because this is the most fucking ridiculous item with the 5DR aspect.
And it's it's hard to since we don't get money, we have to take on rest to get money. It's really hard to really want to take BP out and spend it.
Okay. Cool.
Because
we'll worry about how much Jorman actually makes a profit off of this later on. So we can tell Jake how much he's spending on this later on. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Jake will be like, wait, what? I have to take how much? Oh, fuck. All right, anyways, can we move away from this now?
Yeah. Let's go.
Now I don't care what stories Jorman brought back from Amaso. He can wait to another session. He took too much of the time. Go away, Jorman.
You learned that lizard folk are funny people, and they're all happy now.
And literally the next question was, were you able to figure out what he learned from his visit?
What's the next event, Scott?
All right. After this was Rima was investigating into the demonic cult.
Devils.
And that but this cult thing that she was looking into, she wasn't done this month, right? She's actually continuing it this month to be done next month, correct?
I don't have a timeline for it, so I think I'm rolling something.
So she's continuing it this month, so you are rolling something. So let's get this on screen for people to see.
Demons. Well, there's devils about too, but and that's Lenny's thing to research after we're done with this acid orc business. But actually, this month, if Lenny is helping crafting, can he also do research?
Well, how did your stability become a 5? I thought it was a -4. Or is that? Oh, that's because you got rid of your unrest. Oh.
Yeah. Well, I'm at 1 unrest now.
Lenny is not going to be able to do any research until after all of his crafting is done.
Crafting's not a whole 24-hour process.
It actually is. It takes 8 hours your day, so it takes up your whole day. Yeah. Like literally, Lenny actually has to use one of his absentee tokens to craft for the entire 30 days.
There's no way I'm doing that.
Why not? You have them.
Just
use it right now. So use his absentee token.
He has 1.
Do you want to go back to that thing taking 6 months?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to have him absent for a month. I might actually need that. That might literally be useful.
Make Jake his armor.
If I get to take Jake's, I get to take one of Jake's. All right, that's all I'm saying.
That's fine. That's fine. So you're using his get it done, Lenny's absentee token, and his crafting thing, all in this one thing to make Jake armor for him. And Jake will absolutely return the favor. He's actually already done good stuff for you before, but he would continue to return the favor. Like when he slaughtered somebody in your chamber without asking you first. He's done you favors. All right, so Rima making this
he caused me unrest with that, actually. The motherfucker.
Rima making this roll, it's going to be focus is cults. So she actually has a benefit for that one, right? So 7 + 2 for cults. This is something because you're dealing with literally the
her quarry.
Yeah, her. Wait, actually, let me look at that. That's right. Thank you.
It's her special. It might be her special trait.
It's a feat.
Oh, I have no idea. Well, I now don't have the +2 to loyalty. I did just lose that. Unlucky. Oh, this is a stability check, Scott.
Give me 1 second, sir.
I'll massage your brain.
Dealing with cults, stability. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but dealing with cults sounds more like loyalty to a religious nation than it does sound like stability to a religious nation, doesn't it?
And it's stability because you're trying to root out
loyalty because you're trying to get people to root them out for you.
No, but we're not trying to. I don't think Rima is that cooperative with the people. It's about the stability of the nation, right? Not freaking people out.
Outside of Shadow. What do you mean outside? Then there would be no loyalty if it's outside of Shadow. Nobody's loyal to you outside of Shadow. That makes no sense. It's supposed to be loyalty, stability, and economy of your nation, not Kajinxi.
Yeah. All right. Stability because it's like loyalty is like, I feel like, I don't know, loyalty doesn't feel right. I don't know. To me, it's like this would be like a stability because of the keeping people calm and whatnot.
It's keeping her in Southern Kajinxi. That's what I would answer. Mostly inside of Clan Shadow because they're here fucking with her. Cool.
But either way, so what? It's my high priest. This is her focus. And correct. I would say her special trait applies here too.
I already said that. Yeah. So cult absolutely
and does. It's stability, right?
It's a loyalty check.
It's a stability, correct?
Loyalty is like resisting them, enticing people to go into stability is to remove them. Ooh. There's depends on if the cult is causing shit or just standing there menacingly. Steve, remember they already did cause shit. We had a double events that they did, I think because of rolling or something like that.
I think wasn't that stability?
I don't remember which those were, but to answer the question, they already did do stuff, and you guys stopped what they were doing, and now you're trying to.
That's why it's stability, though.
So
they've done shit. What kind of?
I'm curious what Steve's response is because we have Viking is saying stability definitely, Snog is saying stability definitely. Steve was kind of on the fence there. I want to see what his final response is. Okay, cool. So that's triple stability. That's all in. So you're gonna go with stability. That gives you a solid 14 to the roll.
I get more, right? Because of the special trait. So
the good news is, what was that?
What is a special trait through? Is that just more information, or?
Yeah, special trait does not modify it modifies results. Cool. So anyways, what I'm going to tell you is this: it's a formidable check because of what she's dealing with, right? But that being said, failure just means it's an ongoing event. Nothing bad happens. Critical failure triggers bad stuff. Okay. Success makes her allows her to come with information. Critical success allows her to come with conclusion. Understood?
Do I have one more event?
What was that? Give me 1 second. So you still have your random event, but I think you pretty much always succeed those.
Do you have another event? If not,
I think you're out of events. If you have one more, you have one more.
I'm popping Winnie's.
Okay.
I'm marking it up.
Let me make a check and actually see the results.
So I have a plus 19, so I can't critically fail.
Should have your roll plus 19.
I do succeed. Formidable. So I'm at plus 5, so I will luck it to try to get critical success. I do not meet, I think. I'm at plus 6. Unfortunate.
And all of your modifiers are factored in.
Yeah, 1 second. I gotta change my headset battery. It's about to die.
Give him a second, and then we'll continue on, everybody. Brittany got to take the car for a decent drive today. She got to drive all the way to the other side of Providence, and then actually sit in traffic for a long time and whatnot. So she actually got to experience the EV inside of traffic, and it's a very different experience. Doing that, I haven't really driven it through traffic yet, so that's interesting. But unfortunately, somebody she knows is going through cancer for the 4th time, and so she had to go. She literally told her boss, "I'm leaving. I gotta go see this person." So,
I succeeded.
More parts removed. So you succeeded, but without critical success. So she brings
special trait.
Yeah. She's an inquisitor, right? Yeah. It's like literally what she does. She's hunting them down. Did I ever give you the name of who she thought this person was before? Did you ever write down the person's name?
I would have it in my notes, so let me check. I didn't write it down, so I probably didn't get anything important.
Okay.
It was a Brim or Rock Demon. That's all I got. It was a Brim Rock Demon.
Yeah, that was for what happened inside of your place, but not who it was that was actually doing this for you, right?
Yep.
Okay. So Drog Thule is the person's name. I'm going to copy and paste into chat for you. It never fucking works over there. So frustrating. Over here. Drug Thule is the person's name. Okay. So that way you have it for the sake of conversation, blah, 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 right?
Is the leader of the cult?
Correct. So she comes back to you with having been successful. Being an inquisitor, she does come with more information, right? So she is going to come to you and say, after like the end of the month or whatever, she comes to you to speak to you. Warlord, may I have a private meeting with you?
Of course.
I'll meet with you later today, she says, and, kind of like leaves and comes back later on. She'll be like, Warlord, thank you for taking the time to meet with me privately. I genuinely appreciate it.
Soon enough, we shall have even better walls to protect us from potential listeners.
Unfortunately, sometimes no matter how thick the wall or how high the building, there will always be ears that can penetrate it.
Well, no, the caster tower is going to have like a veil of silence and lined in lead.
She nods and she says, she nods and says, I appreciate that, and I understand what you're trying to say, but that doesn't change the fact that people can still acquire the information. You see, Warlord, that's exactly what I just did. I have a history, as you know, and I utilized some of my previous training and experience to come to you with the information that I have now. When I say that no matter how thick the wall is or how high you build your tower, people will be able to hear you anyways. That's because as long as somebody has the information can be acquired. Usually not by their own decision, by their own choice or whatever.
Yeah, interrogation.
Yeah, of course. She says, I've been able to acquire the information that I was sent out to do so. Warlord, his name is Drogthul, and it's as I alluded to prior to my embarking on this endeavor. He is the leader of an organization I was once a part of. He is a leader of a cult of demons. Everybody worships Vroga, or the various other gods in their own way, myself included. Previously, I looked to Vroga, and we'll call it a past life, in a way that's allowed me to rejoice in the chaos of battlefield by creating fields of battle and enticing the chaos to intensify therein, watching my enemies tear each other from limb to limb, if not literally, then figuratively. Drogthul is the leader of this organization, and I have been able to acquire from those that were unappreciative of the questions I was asking, the confirmation that he is around, and he is behind what has been happening lately. I told myself if I were ever to encounter him again, I would need to end it forever. If I may have your blessing, Warlord, I wish to hunt down this Drogthul and to close this chapter in my life and alleviate a threat to all of Kajinxi, all of our clans.
Do you think you have the strength and the skill to defeat him in combat?
You must have at least one enemy, and they have to be your nemesis has to be a challenging. What's up, Game White Wolf? How you doing? Thanks for the raid. So just continuing. I won't lie. When I was a member of the cult before, I stood at his right hand. And he was a powerful figure. or at least I perceived him as that back then. But a few things have changed. For one, I have grown and changed, and am far more capable now than I was back then. And for two, perhaps he wasn't as capable as I originally thought he was. Maybe it was just his persuasive nature, his lure, his power over me that it caused me to perceive him as being more than he actually was. I believe I do. Yes.
If you believe you are able, then I will grant you your permission. But
this will take me away for some time, Warlord.
I understand. I may suggest, I know you do not like the broken chain, but this could be a time for us to mend relations, and you gain a little bit of aid of fervent followers of Roga who would be willing to crush this enemy as well, I'm sure.
Utilizing our armies or that other organization would be beneficial for mopping up the mess. But engaging with him one-on-one and making his followers watch as I end it, I need to do that myself.
Of course. I only suggest it because I believe in the coming days, having us have mended ties with a broken chain will be of value.
She nods.
You do
one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of the broken chain is because members of the broken chain have very similar beliefs and philosophies to that of this organization I used to be a part of, and oftentimes they worked together to accomplish similar tasks. Enemy of my enemy and such. I do not like the broken chain because every time I was with them, every time I'm near them, it reminds me of my own mistakes. If we remove this organization from all of Eroth, then we don't have to worry about the broken chain's ties, and I suppose I can bury the hatchet.
I trust your judgment. I trust you will do what you think is best in the moment. Just think on it.
She nods and says, it'll be a tough fought battle, but potentially one that is shown on stream, filling a gap of there being no Friday Night Session.
She's going to get fucking murdered completely. Oh, God. Yeah. She needs armor. She doesn't even have armor.
Well, we never put armor on her because we never needed to, right?
Yeah.
Like, you definitely get her equipment, though.
God, she doesn't have it, like, weapon focus or... Oh, no. Oh, no, her spells are...
They have spells known, right? Versus like, chosen per day?
Is she sure she is confident in being able to beat a creature of her cigar? Because I'm not sure
Shield Other won't help her? What about Confess?
Hey,
Confess should help.
Hey, maybe she will go talk to the Broken Chains, and you'll let me make a character to help out.
No, if she waits a few months, the target will slip from her grasp, Joey.
Maybe she will get in contact with the Broken Chain, Scott, so she doesn't horribly die.
Forbid action?
Because she is not meant to be combat.
Well, so the way that it works for Nemesis...
Yes, Bab. Sorry, I was just checking your Bab.
So the way Nemesis works is you must have at least one enemy who wishes to cause you great harm. If you have multiple enemies, the GM must keep specific nemesis secret or have many of your enemies work together against you. If your nemesis is not already a challenging foe, it either advances in strength to become a challenging foe or allies with others to achieve higher challenge rating. So it has to be somebody who's supposed to be challenging for you. For each new level you gain in a favorite class, including the level you gained when you chose this feat, you can choose 2 benefits instead of 1. Once you, I think she did that to get both health points and skill points as she went up, right?
She got such low HP.
Yeah, and I think that's why we did it, is because she rolled horrible health points.
Oh my god, she has no god.
Yeah. But the thing is, if she to complete her goal, she has to slay her nemesis. Causing your nemesis's death through your direct action qualifies even if you do not strike the fatal blow, but another killing your nemesis without your involvement doesn't count. However, if she accomplishes this, you know, I mean, air quotes, yes, but she can't have team up 4-on-1. Right?
Well, yeah, but let me make one PC and help out in the fight. That's all I'm saying.
So if she beats this, though, she has a +2 inherent bonus to ability score of her choice. Additionally, she may retroactively apply your extra favorite class benefit to your favorite class levels you gained before taking this feat, which I think she took this feat at level 3. So for levels 1 and 2, she gets to add that on there, which is nice.
Yeah.
So anyways, so yeah, she gets to add a +2 to her wisdom score if she does this.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be sick. But you're gonna let me make a character to help her, right?
You don't even know what she's fighting against.
Scott. Even if we put armor on her and a weapon, it's gonna be really bad. Anything.
This is a backstory bit here, and when the backstory is completed, as talked about over a fucking year ago, when the backstory is completed, is more than just what the feat offers. You unlocks a special thing within the character. Remember?
All right. What if? All right. Hey, I have a bodyguard that comes with me. What if my bodyguard goes with her to help her? She won't say no to that, right?
Sending her with Henry Flamebane?
No, he's not my bodyguard.
I know, but he's comp. What level is he? 5?
He's level 6.
Level 6? He's actually more capable than she is.
Yeah. I mean, hey, that'd be sick. Will she accept Henry's help? Do you get Chad Henry?
If it's a mano-a-mano fight, she's gonna have to do it on her own. But she'll take Henry with her.
Yeah, and if things go horribly, you break the 1v1.
These things are barren landscape. Oh, haha.
I mean, that'd be cool. But I don't know if she's in the area. I guess she might be.
You also, she doesn't serve you, so.
Yeah, well, she might be working at the broken chain or something. I don't know. I have no idea. Look, Scott. All right, we'll talk about it later. But all I'm saying is I don't know what you expect her to be able to fight. It's not much.
Maybe look across the 3 different kingdoms, see what magic items there are that can be purchased and given to her. And obviously, you're going to give her high quality equipment. It's easy for you to get your hands on master quality stuff out of your kingdom to give to her, right? That's not an issue.
But hey, are we on board with Henry helping out?
Yeah, Henry can go, but if the challenge ends up being mano-a-mano, she has to handle it herself. Right?
Yeah. But you break those arrangements if life's on the line.
No, then she doesn't get the completion benefit of her feat.
Yes, she does. Actually... No, that's not what the feat says. It says if someone strikes your foe down when you're not even involved, but she's directly involved. It even says you don't have to strike the killing blow.
Yeah, but if you're doing a mano-a-mano fight and your friend's just boom, and just shoots them dead, and they're like, no. And she's they're dead anyways.
If she gets knocked unconscious, you didn't even give her healing spells. She can't even heal herself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a known thing too. So it's literally is a she has solo tactics. What feats does she have? Bonded mind. Oh god.
Scott, she can't fight him. I think her assessment of I could probably win is wrong.
Well, she'll find out the old-fashioned way, won't she? Right?
You're unbelievable. You're just gonna suicide the advisor.
No, I didn't say that. I said you could send Henry Flamebane, who's a well-built level 6 character. That's pretty freaking solid. Yeah,
right. But you said he can't help at all, and if he helps, the feat breaks and doesn't qualify, which isn't even what the feat says.
Yeah, but don't forget, if he gets involved, so if you're sending him to be involved, the challenge has to be something that's challenging for the situation. So if it's just her, it's something that has to be challenging for her. If it's her and him, it has to be challenging for her and him. It literally says modify the character to make sure it's challenging for those that are involved.
I'm aware, but you just have maybe he has a couple goons with him, and in case things get rough, they all get added in.
She just runs in circles so the goons chase her while Henry does the actual hardware.
I mean,
you're gonna have to send her some quality stuff, Mike.
We have nothing at this. There's nothing at the Kingdom of the Giver.
There's more than just your kingdom. There's the other kingdoms too.
I can check them. She can't cast those spells. The armor's too expensive. I don't even know what the fuck if this is. Domaru? I don't even know what that is.
All right, cool.
Get fucking killed. You're gonna get her killed.
So she'll be gone. Does she have absence tokens or no?
Yeah, she does.
How many?
2.
Okay, cool. Because she'll be gone for a minute. To do it. So if she had critically succeeded, she would automatically have. She could go and handle it immediately next month. But so next month, just to do another advisor task to successfully find the person. But it's not going to be. It's not going to be. What's the word I'm looking for here? Next time, it's not going to be formidable. It should be. Is it challenging? Yeah. So for her to actually finish locating him, because she already beat the formidable one, it'll be a challenging check for her to find them, right? And that's so she can actually solve it. And if she fails that check, that just means it's going to happen another month and so on, right? What's up?
There's nothing to buy.
You say that, but hey, maybe somebody can craft. Oh, they're busy.
This is a.
But you know who can actually help? Who can legitimately help? Like, jokes aside. And then we're going to move on to the next thing. Give me half a sec. I just want to pull this up. There he is. And there it is. Ryan, if you ask Kushibashi to have Ryan assist, he can make potions.
I think it's going to take too long because it's going to take a couple weeks to get there. A week to get there.
I don't mean brew potion, which you can always send word way ahead to have them made, and it's 1 potion a day or whatever it is, right? I don't mean that. I mean he can make extracts.
Okay.
That she could bring with her, right? To assist her.
But making her, making her something, it doesn't help anything here.
Yeah, I mean, just having like armor and a weapon is easy. You got it. Just pay the cost and you got it. But anyways, he has swift alchemy. He can actually make potions faster than that, actually.
Is it not fair to just I have like stuff I could equip my people with, or they've already equipped themselves?
Yeah. She has stuff. Yeah. So that's I still think it's perfectly fine to say that a level 5 high-ranking member of your
has their preferred equipment they would want.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, it only makes sense that they would, right?
Yeah, and the nation that makes all of the good quality stuff, it'd be kind of absurd for my people not to be decked out in the gear they're choosing.
Okay, she can wear up to medium armor too, and she can use shields.
Yeah, well. Yeah, she has a masterwork breastplate.
She's level 5, so all of her spell slots I don't think are filled up. How many second level spells does she know?
She knows 2.
Okay, they're filled up.
Yeah, I know because you gave her can she cast spontaneous heals? Is that not an Inquisitor ability?
No, they don't have spontaneous heals.
Oh,
they have judgments. What judgments does she have?
You picked them, Scott.
Oh no! I think you have access to all judgments all the time. Yeah. And there's one judgment that allows healing. It actually gives you fast healing 1. So she can heal 1 health point every round.
There's also, what domain is she? She has a liberty
actually increases by 1 point for every 3 levels she possesses. Oh, she's level 5, so it's only fast healing 1. What did you say?
She's the liberty domain.
What domain?
The liberation.
Oh, liberty, gotcha. Cool. Let me look. I don't know I don't know if she gets a domain power or not.
She does.
But she does. Okay, so liberty probably comes from freedom or something. Let me just liberty.
Yeah, it's on the character sheet. Right?
Liberation domain.
Yeah, it's on the character sheet.
So she can ignore things and impede her mobility.
Well, it's not bad, but it's not useful here.
Yeah.
Probably
not. No.
Well, I'll figure out what the fuck I'm doing, I guess, with that.
Extracts only last a day or so. Yes, but you can choose not to. You can actually, and when you like craft an extract after you go to sleep and you sleep your long rest, Viking, you can choose not to recover your spell per day for that extract, and that extract stays in effect elsewhere. So you can actually craft an extract and allow it to hold its viability until you spend a long rest, and then and more or less make it spoil to have your magic come back. That's actually raw. Which is pretty cool. It's just I don't see Ryan doing that for. He would do that no problem for Kushibashi. Doing that for somebody else, and certainly doing that a bunch of them that way, he wouldn't want to do. So
I don't think I get the player. I think Scott's playing her.
What, me? What? All right, we've got
playing Rima.
What, Matt? Huh? What? All right. So cool. I think we're good, right?
Yep, I guess so. I guess you gotta finish building Henry Flamebane.
All right, so let's see. We did making the armor out of the Ashen Boar for Varix. So hopefully Varix likes the armor that we discussed. And then we can move forward with that and say it's officially happening that way. He might like something simpler. Rima's investigation into the demonic cult she was once a part of. We already had that success. So she figured it out. And then next month, if you succeed against your DC 16, she handles it right away next month. She's just gone for that 1 month. Cool. But she finishes in that month and comes back home at the end of it, right? Which is cool.
Yeah.
Building an army, you already did all your math and everything for. I think we already did all of your events. Oh, actually, no, I have one more I have to do for you. Lenny's research. What's that in reference to?
That's the Ashen Orc, but that's we're waiting for the Castle Tower to be done before we discuss that. Since we are worried about
so we're not going to do that yet.
Assassinated by Orc-Coolies or something.
You have one more event and you have your random roll. Why don't we get your random roll out of the way and then we'll do your last quick event.
Sorry, I'm just making Henry Flamebane up to date. Yep. So I have a percentage chance of 75% chance if I can give me a D100 and high is safe. That's an event. Viking, roll me another D100. Watch it be like, oh, your assassination attempt. Oh, knight is dead. 24. What is 24?
I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Yeah, I'm pulling up.
Not events. Not events. Yeah, it is events.
It is events.
So it is happening. A 24 is a beneficial
kingdom event.
And so have them roll one more time.
Roll me another D100. Thank you, Viking. Sorry for murdering your character.
And then I have the other one I'm going to do afterwards.
Roll me another D100. That's not a... there you go, 90.
A 90. Ooh, that's new subjects.
Damn, it was almost political
subjects. So new subjects is... a small group of indigenous intelligent creatures joins your kingdom and submits to your rule. Society and stability increase by 1. Unrest decreases by 1. Hey! That gets rid of the unrest you just got for making the item. And your treasury increases by an exploding 1d6.
Viking, roll me a d6.
So you affect your kingdom's society. That's the overall society, which is your fame.
And my stability increases by 1.
Correct, sir. Yes. Oh, the pod confused me for a second. So
32.
And you get 3 BP. Hey, bro. That 3 BP, one of them costs you, covers the cost of the unrest that you just got to make that magic item and blah, 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 right?
Yeah,
so that,
2 extra.
And the other 2 cost the other half of the building that the dwarf is crafting for you.
True.
Right? Like, that's really exciting. So you just made that building a little bit cheaper for you.
So I get 1 society. So that's always annoying to factor. How did we do it with lore? Was it? All right, I see what we did. Just at the last parenthesis, add a +1.
I just need to look at this last.
My society is still at a 0. I don't quite have enough of that.
Oh, what's up, Snake? How you doing, brother man?
Does negative society count towards your society? Does it add negative to it?
Does what? I'm sorry. Oh, for society, you know what you do, right?
Yeah,
You're
I did it
supposed to add it at the end of the parentheses.
Yeah, I did it.
So your whole society is increased by 1.
Yeah.
So your fame just went up by 1.
Yeah.
Cool. That's good. I don't think that increases your consumption though, does it? Because it's only when it's your base or whatever goes up. Cool.
Yeah, it doesn't.
What's up, Snake? How you doing, brother man?
I have 10 fame.
Right.
I think that's a landmark, isn't it?
It might be. I think it increases. Yeah, it does. It increases your diplomacy checks.
Well, I thought 10 fame does something specific else.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it increases your diplomacy checks.
Well,
and that was the thing that Green was saying. He's like, I think it's stupid that the fame of your nation should impact the da-da-da. Because we had a whole conversation about that. And I was like, well, it's raw. And to me, it kind of makes sense. But
what? That fame increases your diplomacy chance? That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. I mean, so it's the idea, because infamy would also decrease diplomacy or increase your other thing.
Intimidate. Well, yeah, the thing about fame is like how it's like the spreading of your good word, like the good of your nation. You know what I mean? Infamy is spreading of the bad of your nation. So that's why infamy increases your intimidation, right? Because people are more scared of you by your reputation. Well, in fame, people are more likely to work with you.
Give me 1 second.
I'm checking this.
While you're doing your thing, I'll finish doing. There it is.
Yeah, the DC is just minus fame. That's what it is.
So this is Oh, interesting. Okay. This one is no.
For every 10 points of your kingdom's fame, your citizens gain a +1 bonus on diplomacy check to influence government officials of other kingdoms. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try a pull. The activity feed says level 5, which is usually what I go off of. What are you saying? It's level 4. Let's see if
what's your kingdom size? Gotcha.
37.
No, you're good. I was just reading something. All right. I just needed to see how this played out. So someone comes to your kingdom and doesn't even speak to you. What ends up happening is you end up hearing word of it from your brother. So your brother actually comes to speak to you after he returns from his whole situation. Actually,
it worked.
Actually, no, not your brother. It's his wife. What's her name? Day. What were you going to say to me?
Day. Yeah, I was just saying pulls up. It worked now.
Oh, polls finally work. Yay! All right, so Day will actually request a meeting with you. And you can have it be formal where she comes before your council, or it can be informal where you visit her at her home with a baby.
How does she make it sound? Does she sound like it's
she wishes to speak to you?
Then I'm just gonna go visit her.
And it is like matters regarding like the family and the kingdom, but like again, it's not like warlord. This is an urgent matter that requires the armies to be raised. Nothing like that.
Yeah, then I'll just go visit her. I'm a little bit of informal. It's probably not best practice, but Tessel isn't wisest man.
So she I'm gonna have you choose somebody to roll a D100 in chat in a minute. So she says to you, so you choose somebody, actually have somebody roll.
Steve can roll me a what?
D100.
D100, yeah.
Cool. So what she says is good afternoon, warlord. Thank you for coming by and visiting with me.
How's the what's her name?
Dawn.
Oh fuck. Dawn. How's little Dawn doing?
She's doing very well. Missing her uncle, but honestly not as dearly as she's been missing her father. I'm hoping he said to return sometime this week. He's been gone for a while. Across the borders. In Paradel. But I'm sure things are fine.
I have no doubt things are fine.
It's actually in regards to your niece that I've asked you to come and speak with me.
Her.
Her birth was a blessing for this family, a blessing for me, you, the unity of our families, and luckily finishing to put behind us the difficulties from before. She says, and she like makes eye contact for a second, then like looks away because of what happened originally.
Yeah, a little awkward. She was a spy and whatnot.
She says, but it seems as though her arrival has been noticed by others as well. Not just the fact that she's come, but the unique features that so many people have frequently brought up about her.
Blessing of Jurda.
Yes, as everybody continues to say, and it's very sweet that they say it. Actually, that's what I asked to speak to you about. Someone came recently, and to my home, a stranger, I didn't know them, and they asked to see my child. I was so caught off guard, I said, mind you, you're holding the baby. You can imagine, so there's no concerns. Yeah. Just to be clear, it's not like, they're dead. No. So she's like,
holding the babe,
Yeah. She's like, they asked to see my child, and it was so strange. By the way, I was the one vote for Jake, just so we all know.
I didn't vote.
I voted Jake. So just because I saw the other numbers so high. So
it's a little intense there. What the fuck?
Yeah. But so she says, where was I? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, they asked to speak to my child, and I won't lie. I mean, it's embarrassing to say, but a lot of my motherly instincts are so caught off guard with the moment, and the house seemed to be in shambles at the time, and I was at a low point because, again, your brother had been gone for so long. I actually let them see my daughter, the stranger, hold my daughter, but they seemed very kind, and it turns out they were. Actually, after holding my daughter, they, again, like so many other strangers, said that they believe she bears with her the blessings of Jurda. And as such, they wanted to pay respect to her, me, our family, with her birth. Warlord, this patron of ours has offered to build a monument in the honor of Dawn joining the family. The first member of the family under a new clan leader being added in. They want to build a monument in her honor, and they're willing to put it in Arioke, because in conversation we discussed how this is my home, and I was like, well, it's only temporary. Eventually, I'm sure my husband will want to move to the mountains, and
he like scratches his head because this is a very weird thing to just, if he or they are willing to sponsor such a construction, I see no reason not to oblige it. I mean,
they said they cover all costs, all people involved, everything would be taken care of.
Do they know more of this blessing?
They just are deeply have a deep faith to Mother Jurda. Talked about how rare this blessing is. Again, there was so much going on in the house and around me at the time, and they were saying so many things. I unfortunately didn't gather everything that they were saying.
Yeah.
But I remember them saying something about she's destined for greatness. But so many people say that. I mean, she's kind of born into your family.
I mean, ones with the blessing of the gods tend to do a lot.
She has green eyes. There are many people with green eyes.
Call me a bit of a what is it? What's the word? A bit of a believer. The timing is a bit auspicious for my revelations recently. That is all.
Fair enough, but that's also because you recently chose to go into those mines rather than at that time, whereas the time of my giving birth was kind of known. So unless you're saying that you're cracking that tomb is what caused the alteration of my child, for that, I'm not entirely sure how I would feel.
I, I have no idea. It's just, I uncover the passageway of ancient worshippers of Jurda, and she's blessed from Jurda. That's, it's a little weird.
She shrugs and says, consider it a side effect of the profession that I had for as long as I had it, but I am very slow to adopt such fantastical beliefs.
I understand. We will surely see with time if she's truly blessed of Jurda, or blessed from Jurda.
It was my choice as to whether or not this. They very heavily insisted, but gave the impression that perhaps I could turn down the construction of this monument. And if I were to be honest with you, perhaps constructing a monument in her honor would maybe affect who she is as a young lady growing up. Maybe this would make her a little self-righteous or hoity. But then again, also being the niece of the warlord and the daughter of the war chief will probably have that impact anyways. This is why I'm bringing it to you, warlord. It's your land, it's your city, and you're her uncle. I think it's a very kind gesture by a stranger whose name I didn't even get.
Maybe the design can be less on the nose than, a monument of a baby. I'm not sure how you would even make a monument in a child's honor. How does that? It's fine.
They said they would draft up a few concepts and have them delivered to the sculptor when the time was right.
I see no reason to not accept this gift. In fact, it may bolster the people. Dawn's birth probably signifies a lot to them, seeing as it's the first member of my family to be birthed under my rule.
Well, perhaps then at the unveiling we can throw an additional event. What's the word I'm trying to think of? I was trying to be coy and then use the specific word for making it a special building. I can't remember what it's called though. The one where you pay, like, it increases the consumption, but it gives you like the extra fame.
Oh, endowed.
We can even endow it. It can,
yeah,
endow the building. She says like again, like whimsically, like as a joke.
But but then Tessel kind of nods, like that could be actually a good move.
She frowns for like half a second and then goes back to like a pleasant smile, always balancing between the fact that this is her husband's brother and this is the warlord of a nation. So
no, probably not. The money's best saved.
That one's had her detained being a spy.
Yeah.
But anyways, but she says, well, then I will inform this benefactor.
Well, this is, of course, unless you do think it would be detrimental to Dawn's upbringing.
I don't know. It's a statue. What impact could a statue really? I don't know. I just really wish your brother was home.
He'll be home soon. He kind of just did choose to march that way. He does what he thinks is best.
She nods. He does, doesn't he? Clearly not happy, but moving on.
Yeah, because I think a game, I imagine he just chose to march that way and bring it directly to the parent because he's just like, yeah, that's what we should do.
Yep. He's like, wife, I must leave. And she's like, the fuck? And he's like, yes, goodbye. And she's like,
what the fuck?
And then he comes back and he's like, oh, I did screw up, didn't I? Sorry. You know?
That's the lawful neutral aspect, okay? Uh-huh. He knows when he's messing up, but he knows he has to do it.
No, he probably doesn't even realize. He's so caught up at the moment what he needs to get done. Then when he gets back, he's like, oh,
and then he's
oops.
like, oh. Yeah. But like, also, I mean, look. Look what I did.
No. Yeah. But all right, so you accept the monument as a gift?
I have no reason not to. Okay. It's a bit weird. I'm imagining in 20 years, or probably less than that, we'll realize she is like blessed with magic from Druida or some shit. But
well, then what you're gonna want to do is over in Adioke. I think it's a new nation. That's probably where you want it. Choose a spot where you want the monument to be, and your next kingdom roll, when you do your buildings phase, it'll be constructed for you for free.
Cool. Well, it'll go right here.
That means, hey, if you're gonna be, you don't have to build the house. You can build a dance hall without the house, and it would still counteract your unrest. Oh wait, no. Do you have to have a house to build a dance hall? I think you do.
Yeah, I have a house for you though, but not really.
What's up, Stevie boy?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't expecting that, Scott. That was pleasant.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to correct it?
No, that was the first time I think I've had a 100% pleasant event. That's totally not going to backfire at some point. I don't know. I have no idea. I think that was actually out of game, I think this is actually just like a nice event because the blessing of Druida being I like how, because I know you couldn't time it that well, but I like how I discover the tomb and the next month she's born. Okay? The timing, I mean, you may have planned it a little bit, but I don't know. That was that timing got me spooked, okay?
So anyways,
dust.
Just so you're aware, unfortunately, rolling storms are starting to come over your nation.
What?
Raging storms, just by bad weather.
I got Trump carded, motherfucker.
What? Raging storms just happen to start like flaring up and moving their way over to your nation.
I'm gonna go meet the war priest, the other guy's like, hey, can you help out with this, chief?
And whatnot. They come over. They come moving in. I just gotta double check something else because that person did that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know who it is. It's Snake or Joey. There's only two people.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about. So start coming over. I just want to see how I want this to play out because I think I want this to be those two, but unfortunately they might be too easily beaten. I want something that you can beat just by
no. You gotta pick the right ones, not the ones because you want to make it different. You gotta pick the representative ones.
No. I have to just apply modifiers. I can use the correct one, but so far I've played massive 7,000.
Well, because you both dumped like 10,000 bits earlier. Okay, it's in either of you two. It's probably Snake. All right, even though I saved your life, Snake, you're gonna get pummeled by that dude.
Okay. So nasty storms come in, and because Adioke is still being constructed, and there's all these extra stone pathways carved throughout the streets and whatnot in like poorly designed ways because of the what's the word I'm looking for here? Poorly designed ways because of you're still trying to like carve out where your moat is going to be, and you try to plan out like where your like sewer system and water intake and all that stuff's going to be. It's all been, but it's not proper. The network isn't properly tied together. So as the storm just dumps buckets and buckets and buckets of water, it causes flooding that affects the buildings that exist there.
I hate you, Scott.
What did I do?
What do I have to roll? Am I losing buildings? Because
So
you know,
you have to roll an exploding D6 to find out how many lots are threatened.
can I roll it?
It's no, ask somebody in chat to roll an exploding D6. Since you're throwing accusations on somebody, you can ask, who did you say, Snaga or Snake? Ask one of those two to roll the D6 for you.
Snake, roll me a D6, all right? And roll badly as you did on Sunday, okay? Or Saturday, all right?
Oh, Snake, give me a 6, baby. Give me a 6, give me a 6, give me a 6. It's an exploding D6.
Your honor, your reputation, and this is how you're
Give me a 6, baby, give me a 6.
I can't believe you've done this.
Oh!
I hate my life. I don't even know how the city floods, but you know.
He gets to roll another D6, baby.
No, let someone else roll. Xylomus. Let Xylomus roll.
So we want Xyle to roll the other D6, okay?
Yeah.
Xyle rolls a 6 because Joey just screwed it up.
What check do I have to make?
That's
not how RNG works.
It's a stability check, but I'll get to it in a second. Because you're going to take a penalty on it. Oh my god.
Xylomus? I don't see the roll. Did it pop up?
No, no. Sorry, I didn't see Xylomus thing. I was looking at your stability check.
Xylomus, roll a d6.
The stability check needs to be a proportional thing. So.
No way.
It has to be. I say a trump card can't be something that's instantly defeated. Otherwise, it's not a trump card, right? If it's a thing that's just kind of laughed away, that it lacks value. But it also doesn't have to be insane either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
you already have to roll
like
7+ times.
Buildings.
No, when I say proportional, I mean, unfortunately, in this scenario, I think it's already heavy-handedly mean to give you a -20, which literally just means you fail if you roll a 1. So it's a 5% chance, but you have to roll the dice a bunch of times. So there's where the problem is.
Steve, roll me a d6.
Okay, Xyle was there and disappeared. So Steve, you want to throw the other d6? Unless Xyle rolls it before you. I try to button off all this stuff before we end the stream. I have to get up at fuck you what clock tomorrow. I have to get up at 6:30 in the morning now.
Okay, it's only 2 hexes.
No. It's 6 + 1 is 7.
It's a localized disaster. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one.
Yeah. So that's why I chose a specific thing, right? So it's buildings.
Let's get Steve rolled first, so it's fine.
Yep. So it's seven things. So I said, unless Xyle beats them. So, when they didn't. So you have to attempt a stability check for each one of the lots. Failure means that the disaster destroys the building in that lot, and the unrest goes up by 1. This could cost you so much BP. But because I'm giving you, again, because I have to give you a chance of failure, you have a 90. Just so everybody understands, he has a 90 stability against a DC 62. So even by giving him a heavy-handed -20 to this check, because we have to allow it to have an impact, right? We can't just be like, haha. That makes it so he still only just has to roll a 1 to fail. A 2 or higher automatically succeeds, right? Okay. So it's literally, don't just like spam it. Like do 1 at a time for the 7 rolls. But I'm gonna tell you what it's affecting. I'm gonna, yeah.
Well, so I'm gonna tell you what's affecting. It could target non-building lots, couldn't it?
Yeah. So let's find out what these lots. No, that's actually a good question. I think it destroys buildings specifically. It says
roll 1
to determine how many lots are affected. Yeah. To stability check for each threatened lot. Failure means that the disaster destroys the building and that. Ooh. It might destroy a lot. It might like flood out a lot. The stability check represents your kingdom's ability to prepare for it. And Cool. So it is. This is how many lots?
7.
So, yeah. Hold on, give me 2 seconds here. So you have how many buildings in here? 9.
Yeah.
Out of 36. Four. So 36 divided by 9 is 4.
You just held off for a later day, Steak.
So Do you want to accept the average, which is 4 lots that have buildings on it, are the concern, or do you want to roll to see which lots they are?
Let's roll.
Okay.
Well, that's gonna take so long. Never mind. Let's just
it's not. Average. It won't be too bad. So if it's so we're gonna do it like this to check and see. If it's a 1 or 2, it's 1's this row, a 2 is this row, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6. So 1 or 2 on a D6 is actually like really bad because it's very likely to hit something. If it's a 3 through 6 that's rolled, then you have to follow it up with a 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, cool. So I'm gonna choose one person at a time. You're gonna roll a D6, and if you roll a 3 or higher, roll me a D8 as well. We'll say Snake, roll me a D6. And then roll me a D8 afterwards. Then after Snake goes, Joey, roll me a D6, followed by a D8. And then Steve, roll me a D6, followed by a D8. So Snake at a 1 automatically hits one of the lots. Snaga, 1, 2, 3. Snaga, give me a D8. Snake, give me a D8. Steve, give me a D6. Joey, 1, 2, 3. That's this lot. So we're safe. We're just gonna do it like this to make things easy for right now. So Snake on a 5 would be the latter half. So that's gonna be this one. After that, Steve rolled me a D6, which is a 6, and then he rolled me a 2, which is right here. So we're safe there. Okay, there's almost half of them. That's I don't think anybody else has a chat. Xylamos, if you're here, you can also roll me a D6 and a D8. But now we're gonna start from the top. Snake, roll me a D6 and a D8, and then after them, Joey. Then after them, Steve. Just don't go all over the place. Try to keep it in order for me for simplicity. Right now, it's only 1 building so far. Zio rolled a 2. Snake rolled a 1. So Snake, you're going to hit the other lot. Up here, it's pretty much guaranteed that you're going to hit this one. So you're beating up poor German. I think you hit German twice. 2. And Snaga rolled sorry. 1. D6, you rolled a 1 as well, Snaga. We'll re-roll that D6 for me, Snaga. Zio rolled a 2, and then the 8 out of D8, so it's actually this one. So that's good news.
We rolled the D6 again.
We roll the D6 again, Joey, because that lot's already taking. I'm still waiting for Steve to roll me that D6. Oh, Steve rolled this. No, he already did that one. Yeah. All right, a 5. Now roll me a D8, Joey.
I have no idea how to do this, fam. Just let it happen.
Snake did which one? So Steve rolled a 2. So that's automatically this guy right here. Poor Jorman got the shit kicked out of him. Because all of his stuff was together. And then Joey did a 6. He did a 5 and a 1. So that's this guy right here. These are the affected lots.
3 of them matter.
3 of them. So poor Jorman. Do you want to just auto fail and let Jorman's forge get washed away while he's out of town? No, that'd be absolutely hilarious.
I'll just roll D20s. I only fail on once. So.
Yep. Give me 1 second. So and then the other ones we can have it just because it makes it so that actually it doesn't matter because you're gonna build on there for at least a month anyways, right? Yeah. So where would you gonna put that other monument? Do you have any idea?
I already marked it on the sheet.
Where?
It's in black.
Oh, I see it.
The library. Right.
So then these other ones right here, these other red ones don't matter because you're not going to build on there for at least a month anyways, and it's just a flood. So it'll solve the problem. Cool.
Yep.
All right.
For drinking water. All right, I'm rolling D20 if I'm good to go.
It's more than just floods, just so everyone knows. There's also lightning strikes and stuff like that as well. So in case you're like, how is just flooding? All right,
luckily, this town isn't very flammable.
Oh, I need to make it so chat can see. Give me 1 second.
Okay, 1 success.
All right, go ahead. Number 2.
2 success.
Yep.
3 success. And that's it.
Okay. And then to finish off like how this event plays out. Oh, that was very wrong.
That's the wrong one.
There we go. So to finish off how this event plays out. Why does it look so ugly?
I know why.
I can't fix it. Fix it for
I got
me.
it. I got it.
All right, so to finish off how this event plays out, so there's lots of lightning strikes and flooding and so on and so forth, which causes like a bit of havoc and mayhem. However, your people frantically are able to save Jorman's place. So Jorman's not even there, but Jorman has such goodwill with all the people that live in Arioke right now. He's so deeply respected as a former advisor to the actual warlord himself, and as the warlord's personal smith, as well as not just this warlord, but for now several warlords' personal smith, right? And beyond that, has acted in a positive way and has really helped to increase the overall quality of life for the people that live here. Despite being kind of an outsider, being a lizard folk in southern Kajinksi, Jorman has certainly proven his merit. The people of Arioke joined together and all worked to make sure that his establishment was saved. Even when one of the buildings was struck by lightning, they were able to quickly put the fire out that arose there, and were even able to work to thatch up the building and make sure that things were fine, so he would be comfortable moving forward. So it helps to alleviate all of the issues that are there. Then you deal with molds, Joey. If all of the water just like went to steam and like hotbox that place, it just become moldy. Anyways, and then so that's kind of like how that all plays out. Unfortunately though, the bad weather ends up causing like the roads in the area to become significantly more slippery. It makes everything significantly harder, so on and so forth. And it makes it so that visibility is so low that there's very little that can be done for exploration in the area. Very little can be done for kind of like viewing out what's going on over there. You have to call most of your people, your guards and your scouts and whatnot back to the city. Otherwise you're putting their lives at risk, and you'd be like, just come back. We can continue with things afterwards. Once everything's said and done, just to finish off this triggered event right here, if you want to go ahead and have me roll for me an advisor task for, what's her name? Atelia. Go ahead and roll me an average task for Atelia. Stability.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Before you do this though, hold on, because this is going to take place for that temporary event thing. The stability temporarily has that -20, right? So now look at what it does.
Cringe.
Okay, so you have a +1, and she usually has a
+6.
So it's a 7 against a 12.
Yeah. All right.
Pretty
3,
good
2,
odds.
1. It didn't roll for some reason, but
hold on. I heard it bloop.
I didn't see the dice roll, so.
Oh, do it again just to make sure if it's broken or.
Nah, it rolled the second time, but I got 23, so.
Okay, cool. She succeeded. So what she ends up, and you can get rid of that -20 temporary event thing. She ends up coming back from the event and realizing that during the storm in the absence, there are others that aren't as heavily impeded by the heavy rainfalls that occasionally hit going into the fall season in this region. Like it's almost like monsoon storm. And that would be those that have grown up and lived in the mountains for generations. The number of Clan Throne people your scouts eventually find out being inside this region right here is a little bit alarming. Right along your clan's borders. It's actually one of those things where there's so many there. There's genuinely a concern of like, hold on, are these scouts or is this a forward camp?
Well, I mean, camping in the mountains fucking sucks. So,
unless you're very good at it.
I mean, even if you're good at it, it still sucks.
So,
period. Like armies of mountains is not fun. Let me tell you. There's a lot of history to support that trend.
Okay, and that will be the end of. Oh wait, actually no, there's one more thing. Sorry, something that came out earlier.
I assume I can't talk to Atelia this month. I assume I find out next month that things went bad. for my
Yeah,
investment.
because it transpired this month, so you're going to find out next month and be like,
Be very mad.
Because remember, things went sideways, and now you have to look into it, and so your treasurer will figure out what it was. Actually, treasurer has to find out it was for her, don't they? And she would hide the numbers. This should be easy. This should literally be an average check for your treasurer. Who is
I don't
Lenny?
fail that. Lenny is this be plus by economy, presumably, or stability. Even.
It would be economy. Definitely economy. No,
average?
Yeah, economy. Yep, and it's average,
10.
which is 12. So he has to roll 2.
I'm rolling a plus 10. I critically succeed.
Okay, cool. You're easily able to find out what it was that she did, what it was that she spent the money. You find out literally every. So next month you'll approach her about it. You find every detail, every licking detail is discovered. So, there's nothing that you can't figure out how much was taken, when it was taken, how it was covered up, and then a projected idea of where it was spent on, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're able to find that out, and you can approach her next time. But there was one more that came in, I think 3 hours ago that I didn't do, or 2 hours ago.
One more what? A trump card? What?
Shy comes to you to speak to you again. Warlord, may I have a word in private?
We're in my a gesture. We're in private.
Warlord, I have a little bit of news to finish the conversation of what we spoke of before, the trekking, where we went.
Yes.
Remember how you insisted that we took guards with us, despite the fact that, what was his name? Kieran did not want to bring them.
Yes.
Apparently the guards that came along with us have, how do I put this lightly? Sticky fingers.
They stole things from the Myson.
No.
Okay, that's good.
They took objects littered throughout the city down there, but did not specifically belong to Myson. It's hard to describe, but the Myson live together. This is outside of where they lived and where we stayed.
Are they trying to sell it?
Well, that's just the thing. Some of them are, some of them looking to keep it. But if I may interject,
we should purchase them all.
I think we should do something slightly different. As a punishment for them doing this, even though it was against what they were supposed to do, they should be confiscated from them. Taken away, they shouldn't be allowed to keep them. They weren't supposed to take them in the first place. However, we don't really have use of these artifacts if we need things like this, because they're relatively simple items, just from, a lost culture.
Ishai, you are the headmaster to a Academy of History.
Yes, no, I understand, but the Academy needs to run. And these objects are simple enough that we can keep some of them. But also, the Academy attracts a considerable number of interesting people with coin that collect.
I mean, is it right to sell these items? Did we not promise our dwarven friends that we would kind of keep it under wraps?
I mean, Kieran wouldn't care. We could sell them as what they are, and people can buy them for what they are. Pittix will be Pittix. And there is a degree of reputation by having Kieran around and myself here that would add value add merit to the claims, even if where they were lifted from would be kept quiet.
Could we not use this to start a museum in the future?
We actually could do that. That was one of the ideas. One of them would be literally save all of these artifacts and we can construct a museum, and this would help to fill the museum. The other is to peddle them off and keep the extra financing, because, correct me if I'm wrong, Warlord, but things seem to be coming to a pivotal moment, don't they?
It seems.
Well,
how much could we make off of these?
Half a sec. I'm getting the answer for you right now.
Because that matters. If it's a lot of money, then honestly, it might be worth doing. But man, having stuff to make a museum is very nice too, for future buildings. Not that I could build one anytime soon.
Yep. She says, well, I mean, this could, because I always allowed that to equal. She says, there's enough stuff here that if we just constructed a museum itself, just the building, that we can make the museum specifically a Piddick museum for dwarven history. This could stock the whole museum. Half the cost of a museum is filling it with objects of significance. We probably have enough here to cover filling the museum with displays. We can add to the museum in the future as time goes on, but this would cover filling it with things to be put on display, aka half the cost of the museum.
How much could we sell this for equivalent amount of wealth?
Probably somewhere along those lines. I don't know if you would gather. So I'm just trying to think, like, would you gather in BP or would you gather in golden coins? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it's
but it depends on how wealthy they are, right? Because you could trade it for not only wealth, but you could trade it for resources too, right? Or services.
Yep, people offering favors and stuff like that. Yeah,
which is what BP is.
I'd be fine with converting it to 15 BP or 30,000 gold pieces or.
Oh my god!
But she says if it's for the museum, we just save them and we fill up the museum when it's done being constructed, and we're done. More or less, it takes a normal amount of time to build, but half the cost because it goes into it, right? But if we're selling them, that would take some time.
$15 BP could certainly go a long way.
It would take some time to sell these items. More or less, think 3 BP a month for 5 months.
Oh, then if that's the case, we'll save them for the museum. We'll have something to do once the
15 BP is 15 BP. That's pretty significant. But
I suspect that in the long run, it won't be actually the usefulness of it would be if I could have it next month, and then it has a significantly less usefulness if I can't. Right.
Well, consider what you needed to build next month was we were talking about you needed 16 BP, and somebody just gave you a free building, which reduced it by, let's call it 4 BP, so you only need 12, and this would give you 3 more, meaning you're only really investing 9 to get your town to a city. But
yeah.
By the way,
but I want to make a museum at some point, and this is
how much does a museum cost? Oh, sorry, what is the requirements of a museum beyond 30 BP?
It's not anything I'm going to build anytime soon. But
what is it?
I'm just thinking about. I don't know. I'll have it open. I closed it.
Oh, okay, I'll open it right now.
I assume it's a city though. Where is it at? There it is.
Oh, you already have it open before I even open it?
Yeah, I got it open.
Okay, I just found the link for it, so.
It's a town, actually. I could build it soon.
Okay, you can start building it literally next month if you wanted to. How long does it take? How much a month?
6 for 5, so it'd be 3 for 5.
Yep, you do 3 a month for 5 months, and then as soon as it's done, it's filled up with the stuff.
Yeah, and I could even build that in Adayoki.
Yep, as long as you start it next month, you could. Because literally everything else would be done. Everything else would be done, right? And then you would just start that as well, and you could,
Well, I don't know if I would start it then. I think I would hold off. It will be definitely something I'd do though. Yeah, I will save it for. Yeah, I think I will save. I will save it for artifacts. I think that's part of Tessel's kind of thing, because he worships Krillin the most, obviously, and Snaga the abusive, a distant second, with comparably to like Vroga and Winifred, and I feel like this is because he abandoned the searching for more information of the dwarves. I feel like this is a recompense for that, right? This is an alternative he can do that can still appease Winifred's will. Whether she cares or not doesn't really matter.
I like the idea of keeping it too, and I like the idea of like because next month in theory you're gonna finish, and if you could squeeze out that 3 extra BP, you can actually start a museum next month too, and literally then you could actually turn the dwarf's attention to building a museum instead of, you know what I mean? Museum is economy, loyalty, and fame. Also increases lore society, increases lore by 2 for questions related to knowledge history, and apply lore bonus to appraise checks regarding art objects, which is nice. But then every 10,000 gold pieces worth of an item's value you put into it, it's a maximum of 5, you can actually increase your fame, which is pretty amazing. And then to bring my attention to chat for a second, first of all, hi Bonway, welcome. Second of all, Aurorum is a homebrew world. I have several campaigns that all take place in this one world, all during the same timeline in the same world. They directly and indirectly impact each other. You can watch them throughout the course of the week during the many different streams. Most of those campaigns are streamed. Some of them are offline as Patreon campaigns that don't happen on stream, but they do still impact the online games. The online games still impact them too. Yay. To finish it off, Warmonger usually has 3 PCs, each of which run their own kingdom. But one of them is currently on vacation in another country. He's usually in Australia, but now he's in, where is he, Thailand? And then the other one didn't need to do anything this month. We were focusing on this one PC, so I gave the other one the night off. But either way, yeah, it's a whole big map. It's way bigger than this, but don't need to necessarily show it right now. All right, back to you. Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I like that. It's going to be cool. It's just, you know, I think after next month, I think I'm saving all BP I get. Or most of it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how things play out. Like, I didn't tell you this, but I had 2 BP things pop in. So that's each BP 4. Gives you, so yeah, each gives you 4. You can open the other 2 character sheets, kingdom sheets, can't you? Yep. Can you throw 4 on viewers for each of them as well?
Yeah, I will do. It's it's just the problem is I'm literally, I mean, we spotted Throne Troops. I think I'm literally on the verge of war, and it's not even gonna be me declaring it. So let's go.
Well, you could actually find that out next month, because you won't obviously put your troops into, like, because you're still training them. You could actually, so I just did that check for you to discover them. You can actually next month do either an event phase to send somebody out there for diplomacy, or you can wait for, sorry, I meant edict phase for diplomacy, or you can wait for your event phase and do like spying on it or so on and so forth to figure things out, or just fucking mobilize your army and move them that way and deal with it that way. It's whatever's best for you.
So, yeah, well, I don't think I can. I would have to declare war officially. You know what I mean?
And just to finish the Raging Storms, by the people did get injured and stuff like that as well, as you could imagine, but your stability was able to stop anything critical from happening. Your brother's wife makes a comment about blessing of Jorda, but perhaps maybe not all the gods are happy with the idea of a monument being built. You know, like just kind of like one of those, you know, after she visits the town for the first time. Yeah. Oh, Jesus, a bunch of monuments.
No, that's what the temple's for, because all my temples have shrines to all the gods. So, or my only temple, so, but it has even the ones I don't like.
You applied it to 4 BP to everybody?
Yeah.
Cool. And you used your Winifred's Wisdom earlier? Yeah. All right, cool. Just checking all those off. I did that trump card and that Fortune's Favor and all that other fun stuff. I did that one. Cool. I think we're good. I think that's everything. I think we're done.
W.
Oh, the first campaign, just so you know, Bombway, out of all of the Aurorum games, which there are many across multiple systems, 5e, Pathfinder, what was the other one called?
Fantasy.
What was Thornkeeper?
No, it was
not Fantasy Age. Yeah, Fantasy Age. Yeah.
Fantasy.
You're thinking of FG. Yeah, it was Fantasy Age, yeah. Anyways, so the first campaign was actually called Kingmaker, and it was a king-making campaign with 3 PCs ruling 1 kingdom. The season 1 of that series was them making a kingdom, then 2 was them running it, and 3 was them running. Anyways, this is a kingdom-building campaign with 3 people with their own kingdoms, and trust me, this one is very rules-heavy.
We've realized the faults of that system relatively early on.
Yeah, but that's okay. Our next campaign will be back to 3 PCs running one kingdom in a very different way that I think we'll all love. So, all right. Anyways, this is awesome. This is absolutely incredible. Things went very, very well for you. Nothing really went bad.
Surprisingly.
So, yeah.
It was a little dicey.
I mean, what's your minimum BP you're getting next month? If you don't roll one, right? Like you automatically are getting 12. Right? And then your economy is divided by 3. Your economy is a 78. So let's say you rolled a 2. What's 80 divided by 3? That's 20, like 26? 25?
It's 26.
Okay, so 26 plus 12 is 30. 38 minimum. Unless you roll a 1. 38 minimum BP that you get. And your treasury currently has 42 inside of it?
Yeah, but 13 goes away for buildings and Italia. I might lose more for Italia because I think we're going to have to do some espionage edicts. And I'm going to lose a bunch for armies. It's going to be rough.
The 13 for buildings, is that buildings that you were already working on, or does that include the new ones?
Already working on.
So, and we're talking about 13 for buildings, and if you go over to Adioke, you're talking about a dance hall and a house. Because you have to... Oh, you already have a house over there. Can you build the dance hall next to the house on the other side?
I still need the number of buildings, so it doesn't really change anything.
No, but you get one from the monument, which is -1 unrest, and the dance hall is +1 unrest.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
Is true.
So if you actually did this, copy...
No, I'm going to use that house for something else in the future.
Sure, but I'm saying because you're talking about being conservative with BP... The monument you get for free, you have a tannery, a graveyard, and a house are supposed to equal 14, but you can save 2 from the dwarf.
Yeah, but the tannery is more expensive than the dance hall.
Oh, I forgot about
or than a house. The graveyard, the tannery is the most expensive one there.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean the tannery. I meant to keep the dance hall. I screwed that up. Sorry. So you would build the dance hall, so you don't build the house. I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but I save money if I build.
Never mind.
House.
I understand what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about the unrest aspect, but that doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not going to build the tannery. You're going to save on that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, I see. Because now you're doing 4, 8, 12 minus
10.
2 for the caster equals 10.
10 might be too much still.
So if you put over here, I'm just going to put under other now, so we can see it better. Oh, let's make it so chat can see it as well. So it's 23 BP being spent out of your treasury for that one. Do you have any unrest? You have 0 unrest. Let's assume you pass your stability check. That'll give you 1 more BP. Fail. So that means you have 20 BP left over. Does that do what you need it to do?
No.
What do you need? How much BP do you need?
I don't know, but I'm gonna need more than that.
More than 20? What are you doing with it again?
Equipment for armies is expensive.
And you also have Edict 3. Oh, that's for what's her name? Go ahead.
And I'm gonna need to get another. I'm gonna try to get an army of 200.
So recruiting is cheap.
Yeah.
Right. But you're talking about how many armies are you forming next month? Because you haven't formed them yet, have you?
No, the 50 army has been trained. It's finished training next month.
So how many armies are you training next month?
If I would like to add 100 men to my already 100 sized army.
So these are regular basic soldiers, right?
Yep. And I would have to. But the problem is the equipment is so fucking expensive. So I don't know.
What does that army have?
It has a lot. It has everything, except mounts.
Armies. This is so you want to double it?
Yeah. So I need to pay heavy armor, ranged weapons, shields, and superior weapons.
And if you have complete, so I think 100 is times 1, and 200 is what, times 2?
Times 2. I had to pay the value of everything again. Yeah.
So ranged weapons, I think, is only 1. It's pretty cheap.
It'd be 1 extra.
Superior weapons is 4, so that's 5, and heavy armor is how much?
I think it's like 12.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's plus 2 DD. And I have shields, which is 1 as well.
Excuse me, sorry.
Heavy armor it's 8. Okay, that's not that bad, but it's still way too much money overall.
8 and 4 and 1, correct? So you have to pay 13.
An extra 1 there.
Why 1 more?
For shields.
Oh, I didn't see that one. So you have to pay 12. Sorry, 14.
Yeah.
Would
I have to pay? So I'm gonna get these built in Adayoki. I'm gonna have to pay another 4 to replace the weapons my current army has with the ones from Adayoki, right?
What do you mean?
The Adayoki ones have +1 damage, fire damage. So I would have to spend the BP to replace the old superior weapons, I assume.
Gotcha. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny.
Can I donate that to
they
someone?
Had that ability. Yeah. Well, so because you're more or less saying.
Can I like gain 2 BP back from like selling that or whatever the weapons?
So hold on. How many? So you're replacing the fire weapons. You're not keeping them any longer, correct?
No. I'm replacing my current weapons with fire weapons.
Oh, gotcha. What are your current weapons, if you will?
They're just superior weapons.
Then you would take those items because you already spent them, and you could transfer it to another army. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I want all my armies to have the flame weapons. Well, I guess the bows don't get flame, right?
Bows do not get flame.
Okay, so I can transfer that to my my 50 army, and then they can have the superior weapons.
Okay. Well, that I'm fine with that. Cool. Now let's talk about the armies for half a tick here. You have raised soldiers, but haven't trained them yet, right?
No, I have raised elites, and I have 10 elites that aren't being trained, and 50 elites that are.
Okay, and you've already paid the cost for them?
Yes, they're already paid. They next month they're finished training. I just have to buy their equipment next month.
Okay, cool. How much is their equipment?
It's gonna be 75 of all of this nonsense. So I haven't calculated it.
0.75. Okay, cool. Gotcha. So here's the thing about doubling your army size. It doesn't happen instantly, right? So first you have to get the soldiers for it, which is this month.
You have to train them.
And but the training doesn't cost. The training is free. Remember that? Yeah. Look at look it up.
Difference.
I'm pretty sure the training aspect is free. It just takes the end of the month, and then you have to equip them to equal the new equipment.
Oh shit, that's legit as fuck then. That's actually like way better.
Yeah. So expanding armies is better than creating armies, right? It just takes time to get them up to par.
If that's the case, that's actually super good. But I don't know.
Is it under Ultimate Battle or Ultimate Campaign? Do you remember?
It would be. It would not.
I think it's Ultimate Battle.
It would be Ultimate Battle, Ultimate War, because those are the updated rules.
Yeah. So let me
building armies. It's on Ultimate. I'm on building armies for Ultimate Battle. So I'm looking there.
That's where I'm going. Recruiting. So here we go. So after you get your recruits, there's reinforcements, right? No, is it reinforcements or reinforcements? So you can add to an existing army that has been bloodied to Nope, not that one.
They can also be added to existing unit to increase it to the next larger army size. Those are the reinforcement style. The new recruits provide no benefit army to the end of the month in which the recruits were added. Oh wow! You wouldn't have to pay for training them still?
So it does not say you have to pay to have them trained, because in theory they would just, because what it is recruits can be added to an existing party that has been bloodied, as described above. They can also be added to an existing army to increase their larger size. Training is the next tab down, so it doesn't even talk about training.
Yeah, it didn't say look at training to like.
Now, if it was written after training, it wrote that, then I would be like, okay, so training probably, but it's literally written before training, and you can make the argument, well, Scott, it's alphabetical. Look, recruit, reinforcement, training, it's alphabetical. That's why. But then the next one is recruiting mercenaries out of alphabetical order, so it's also not an argument that can be used. So yeah, you don't pay the cost to train them. They're just not added to the following month. So you're paying the BP to recruit them,
which I guess that makes sense, right?
They go in.
Because they get trained with their army through its normal processes.
Exactly, but that just means that you wouldn't actually pay to increase their the amount of equipment they have until the following month.
Oh my god, that's so good. Okay. Oh shit, I can do this. Because
but you do still have to pay this month for the elites that you just
But I can afford that completely.
So I already modified, just so there's not confusion here. Just for the sake of showing it visually, I have the 23 in there. So I made your buildings, as granted it's under other. So to make it less, it says 10. If you actually put that under buildings here to 20, like now what it will be. So you just have to find out the math
19.
for how much.
It's less than 19.
I assume, because your consumption is currently a 0, right?
Yeah.
Is your army consumption correct? Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a fraction of 300 people. So when I recruit the next people, I'll be a fraction of 400.
So I don't know if you have the cost for it. Yeah, you probably cannot add another hex and a farm, can you?
I will have to do the math.
I assume it's better for you not to be conservative.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about it. But the best thing is, if the Roan attacks me, that means Jake gets to honor the defensive call without any penalties.
Yes, that is true.
And in fact, the Roan, I think, will get infamy.
That is in fact true.
So I hope those fucking losers do attack me, okay? And it's ironic because I'm about to have the largest army of all 3 of the clans. So.
All right. I think we are good.
Next month is November too, so it's not even December yet.
Yep. So it's a big boy situation.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
And in November, I want to talk to the Red Mongrel, so we can tell them what's happening, and we can make arrangements.
Oh yeah, for the highway deal part, let's say that they built it.
That's
now.
1. Oh, it's not 1. It's actually 3.
Well, because we don't have their turn set at any point in time, but they actually would uphold their highway deal. You've done literally your entire job, haven't you?
Yeah, I did it a while ago.
It's not highway either. It's road, isn't it?
It's a road, yeah.
Yeah. So let me actually grab. Oh, I don't think I have any roads set anywhere, do I? I think these are all.
No, you have one with their own.
I screw up the whole map.
Yeah.
No. I don't have one on the map that I can grab and copy and paste.
Thrones?
Yeah, those are set onto an actual image that I put on somewhere else, and then.
No, because those are you added those recently.
I'm telling you, I'm on map layer, and I'm trying to.
I know, I got you, but you added those like 2 sessions ago.
Wait. Oh no, I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
I must have just clicked too far next to it last time.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let me just see if I can hit that angle.
And I do have a fort overlooking this. All right. Actually, I can't see past this line that I'm supposed to with my fort.
What line? Oh, that's just because of how the fog of war or whatever works.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's literally just the fog of war. That's a roll 20 flaw.
Listen, I better be knowing if there's something over here if I can't see it.
Yeah. You mean that weird little triangle?
Yeah, but I should be able to see 2 hexes away,
right? Yes. I'll see if I can fill in that gap for you.
Yeah. I think I'll be able to see any armies here because I can see the hex, but it's a little no.
Give me half a second. I'll see if I can do that for you. Okay, sir.
It's not that big of a deal. I'm just making sure, if there's a token here, I can see it.
You don't want to get screwed because I forgot something in the future. That's a very, very fair concern, isn't it?
Yeah, it really truly is. Okay.
All right, and I can fix this for you. So we say controlled by Tessel, and then we give dynamic lighting. We give it vision, and I think that'll work. No.
No.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to. Is this one then?
Yeah.
I might need. I think it just needs vision.
It does need vision.
Roll20 is so friggin' frozen for me. It's frustrating. I'm double clicking and then waiting, and it's not even recognizing the fact that I'm hovering over an object. Let me refresh. This is so frustrating.
What are you giving vision? Like the road?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I figured.
Yeah, it's just again, Roll20 freezes on me constantly. It's so annoying.
Maybe because it's on the map layer.
It doesn't matter. It just freezes.
Yeah.
I open a character, I do anything, it freezes, and you can have vision on a map layer.
Okay, I didn't know you could have a vision for a player on the map.
Actually, I think you can.
I think players have to be on the token layer.
You know what? You might be right on that one. And now I don't remember. So I'll just give you one of their hexes, so you can view through one of their hexes, and that'll solve the problem.
Yeah, because yeah.
So controlled by Tessel, dynamic lighting, vision. See if that changes anything for you.
It needs to, I think, emit light.
No. There's already so much bright light over here.
I can see the token, but I can't see, like, there's like shadowy parts still here that I can't see at all. Like, to not stop. Like, all of this is like shadow.
Bright light. Let's make it, I don't know, 15 miles. Is 15 too much? No, that should be fine. There you go.
Yep, there you go. Okay, now I can see. Yeah, that's probably what I'm supposed to see.
That's exactly what it's supposed to be. Yeah.
But I could see all of this anyway. I don't necessarily have active vision over it because of the Kijinxi maps. But I think I can see 1.5 hexes, right? Something like that. With a fort on a hill.
I believe it's 1.5. Yes, sir.
Or is it 2? So I could.
No. It's, hold on. So see 1 and watchtower makes it 1. So I think it's 2.5.
2.5. Okay, so I should be able to see. So this is 1. This is 2. So I should be able to see the around the city. Is that it? Or like halfway to the city? This is all plans.
Yeah. And that's scouts though. That's the reason why you can see that far is because of scouts. So your scouts aren't really going that far anyways. You know what I mean?
Not yet. Your scouts but if we're at war, people will be more likely.
Yeah, of course they will be. But your scouts are more like kind of like coming along over here and able to like just barely go over the border.
Yeah,
like just enough. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. You know what I mean?
I have enough forward guard that I will, if they march anything in this area, I will know ahead of time.
Yeah. All right. I gotta go to bed, dude.
Yeah,
I'm waking up in 4.5 hours.
Let's leave. Yep, that took a little bit. All right, but we got some things done. All right.
Sleep training my damn kid for school. Ugh. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Oy vey. I can't wait to tell you what that army moving up was for.
The what?
The army moving up. I can't wait to tell you what it was for.
The Throne army?
Yeah. There's a reason why they moved up.
You're scared.
I can't wait to tell you.
You should be. What? In a week or 2 weeks?
I'll tell you next week.
Yeah. I don't think I'll do Kingdom Term next week.
That's okay. You'll still be here to talk to the other PCs, and I'll tell you then.
Oh.
I already know what it is. It was literally right there. So, bye, Sal.